Buongiorno a tutti, grazie di essere qui. Diamo un caldissimo benvenuto a Tilda Swinton. Ieri ci ha affascinato, ci ha entusiasmato con il suo discorso nell'accettare il Leone d'Oro alla carriera. È stato un discorso bellissimo, pieno di speranza, pieno di passione, quindi grazie per le sue parole. Io non vorrei spendere troppo tempo nel presentare la straordinaria carriera di questa attrice, perché appunto la sua carriera parla da sola. Volevo solo ricordarvi che qui a Venezia ha vinto una Coppa Volpi nel 92 con Edoardo II di Derek Jarman, e poi è tornata in giuria nel 1998. Ha più volte ricordato che all'epoca i suoi bambini erano piccoli, forse hanno cominciato a camminare sulla spiaggia del Lido. E poi l'ultima volta l'abbiamo vista qui a Venezia con Suspiria di Luca Guadagnino, e quest'anno appunto il Leone d'Oro alla carriera, The Lion with Wings, come ha detto ieri sera. E quindi io vorrei cominciare questa chiacchierata con lei, alla quale naturalmente siete invitati a partecipare, con una prima domanda molto, molto banale, visto che ha più volte detto delle cose meravigliose sul Festival di Venezia. Qual è il suo rapporto con i festival? Quando la invitano a un festival come attrice o come giurata, ecco, qual è la sua prima reazione?
The least banal question. Hello? Oh,
Yeah.
yes, okay. Festivals. They are, I would say they are everything for me, but that's not entirely true, but they are the root of my transport into cinema in many ways. I mean, as a filmmaker, I was always besotted with cinema, as I still am, as a fan, as a nerd, as a geek. But when I went with my first film, look at my T-shirt. This is an original Caravaggio T-shirt, by the way.
Oh.
From 19... I keep everything. When I went with Caravaggio with Derek Jarman to Berlin in 1986, it was like a supersonic jet for me, because I saw international cinema in a way that I hadn't before. I was very young. I was brought up in Scotland in a relatively, there weren't many cinemas, put it that way. And I had a taste for cinema, but I had very little experience. And when I went to Berlin and I saw the carpet of international film, and what's more important, I met international filmmakers, then that was it. I mean, so a film festival has always been very seriously a portal for me. And I have honored and loved and worked on film festivals my whole life, and will continue to do so, because I know how very often they are the first and only portal for people to see cinema. And in a way, I would say even more now, when it's possible to learn to love international film through our revered streaming services and through video in the old days and through DVD. But now, you know, if we neglect film festivals, then we will neglect the big screen. And we must really remember how incredibly important they are. Just the experience of going to a film that you've never heard of before, by filmmakers you've never heard of before, from a country you've never heard the language spoken, it's an existential privilege, and the more people that can have this opportunity, the better. And the film festivals that I love the most are the film festivals that are really owned by the people of that particular place. Yeah, it's only the force is with us, with the film festivals.
Mm-hmm. E nella sua carriera è spesso fedele ad alcuni registi, è stata fedele ed è fedele ad alcuni registi, ma sarebbe veramente riduttivo, credo, definirla la musa di questi registi. Lei è stata molto di più, è stata coautrice dei suoi ruoli, e tra voi c'è stata una reale collaborazione molto, molto complessa e profonda. Quindi vorrei, prima lei citava Jarman, vorrei che ci raccontasse proprio come è iniziato questo sodalizio artistico con Derek Jarman e come sono stati quegli 8 anni in cui avete lavorato insieme.
Well, I've said before, and I will repeat it because it's true, if I hadn't met Derek Jarman, I think there is no question I would not be making films as a filmmaker in the way in which I now work and live. Because what I found with him was a way of working that I thought at the time was completely unique, that it was like lightning striking once. The miracle of my life has been that the lightning has struck again and again. And what I mean by this way of working is Derek was an artist, he was a painter, first and foremost, and he knew what it was to work alone as an author of his painting. But he also knew, when he made his work as a filmmaker, that he was working in a group with other filmmakers. And so from the very beginning, and when we made Caravaggio, I was on the verge. I knew that I didn't want to be an actor, for sure. So that was clear. And I was thinking that it was impossible to work in cinema, with which I was besotted. It was 1985. It didn't really feel like there was a cinema, because I was, of course, looking for the cinema of Antonioni and Rossellini and Werner Schröter and Fassbinder, and it didn't feel as if it existed in London. I was about to just forget any idea of being a performer. When I met Derek, he opened to me the possibility of not only making that sensibility of work, but also in the same way, in this collective way. I don't know how else to work. And what he did was, I mean, in many ways, I think if he was sitting here, and he kind of is, he would say it was because he was lazy. He just threw a party, which was the film, and said, so you're doing the costumes, you take responsibility for that, and you're going to be doing the sound, so you take responsibility, and you're going to be playing Caravaggio, so you take responsibility for that. And then he just sort of coordinated the party and arranged the food. And that was an amazing apprenticeship for me and for Sandy Powell, the great Sandy Powell, who was the costume designer, who was straight out of art school. I think that was her first gig when she came out of art school, was to work with Derek Jarman on Caravaggio. He gave us responsibility. In a sense, he gave us shared authorship. And that's what I knew, and that's what I know. So the twin facts of not considering myself, seriously not considering myself, and never setting out to be an actor, and only knowing how to work in collaboration, he set the tone. And if I hadn't worked with him, I don't know how to work industrially, you know? My sense is that there is a way of working which professionals, you know, revered professionals use, which is quite fragmented, you know. You are playing a part, you will learn your lines and sort of work it out in the trailer, and then you'll kind of roll onto the set and do it. And you'll work out the design, and then you'll kind of, you know, produce that on the day. Well, that's not the way I know how to work. Everything is about the conversation. And the great blessing of my life is not only to have met Derek and worked alongside him and lived alongside him for 8 years and something like 7 films, but to have found it again with Bong Joon-ho, with Wes Anderson, with Joanna Hogg, with Luca Guadagnino. Yeah, it's a huge, huge blessing.
Mm-hmm. E con Luca Guadagnino si è ricreato in qualche modo, con Luca Guadagnino si è ricreato in qualche modo questo sodalizio, cioè è un altro regista con il quale esiste una conversazione continua, no? Film dopo film. Ci può raccontare qualcosa sul modo che ha di lavorare con lui?
It's not really a question of recreation, it's a question of a shared sensibility and I mean, here's a slight red herring, but I think it will explain it quite easily. this extraordinary honor that I've been bestowed here in Venice, which I can't even discuss because it's too moving. It's been variously described as a career achievement or something, or a lifetime achievement. For me, career is not a word I recognize. I recognize a life. And I always set out to have a life. And I've had, and I'm having a life. I'm really not interested in having a career. I don't even know what it is. The only thing I sense is when people talk about career, it sounds as if they're talking about something separate from their life. And my great privilege has been to develop my work and life in one gesture with these people, with Derek Jarman, with Luca Guadagnino, with Wes Anderson, with Jim Jarmusch, with Bong Joon-ho. These are my friends. They are my close friends. We cook together, we eat together, we have the most ridiculous jokes together, and we've grown up, we're growing up together. And so, in long answer to your question, Luca, who I met just after Derek Jarman died, it wasn't like I even imagined it was possible to, as you say, recreate, or even find any kind of match for what I had with Derek. But he was another brother. And so on the basis of that brotherhood, our work developed. But the brotherhood came first, and the brotherhood always comes first. And it's out of the brotherhood that the films come, because we will all be talking about, and then slowly the idea of a film that somehow comes out of that conversation will get born. But the conversation comes first.
Lei ha giustamente...
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot for a second.
Giustamente lei ricordava che il modo in cui lavora è quello di non separare i ruoli nel cinema, si collabora tutti, insomma, quello che diceva prima, ma lei nel suo percorso, nella sua vita, ha spesso affiancato il cinema. Sì, ha spesso affiancato il cinema più radicale, più di ricerca, più sperimentale, più d'autore, con un cinema più mainstream. E questa è un'altra straordinaria abilità, perché non è semplice. Allora com'è possibile, è riuscita anche nel cinema più mainstream a tenere fede, diciamo, al suo metodo di lavoro e al modo in cui intende l'arte e il ruolo del performer?
Well, the first thing I want to say, whenever the word mainstream is used, I want to remind us that there is not only one mainstream. You know, one man's mainstream is another man's, dirty little brook. And it never occurred to me to be a snob or to be exclusive about cinema, because as far as I'm concerned, cinema is the gesture of inclusivity that we have. It's more than, art, of course, but within art, I would say, truly, it is the most humane and the pinnacle of inclusive gesture. And so it never occurred to me that I started working with experimental film and that one day I would jump ship and start making mainstream films. In fact, to be honest with you, I never went anywhere. The bigger budget, because let's face it, we're kind of talking about money, I think. The bigger budget projects came to me. I never went anywhere. The mountain came to Muhammad for me. But the interesting thing is that I noticed that when bigger budget studio films, with which I've always, as a film nut, been completely fascinated. I mentioned Fassbinder and Werner Schröter, but George Cukor or William Wyler or John Ford or these are my gods also. So the idea, Alfred Hitchcock, Michael Powell, these are the idea and the fascination with the power of this big studio film is also an experiment. And the interesting thing is that when the first studio films came to me, I noticed they were all experiments. The first one was really Francis Lawrence asked me to be in Constantine with Keanu Reeves, which was hugely experimental. I mean, the special effects and the way in which the atmosphere of that fantasy was generated in the camera at that time was cutting edge beyond. And he knew it, and I knew it. And there was something about his invitation that was the invitation to an experiment. So that was easy. And also I loved his work, and I also loved Keanu. So easy, easy, easy. And I got to play the angel Gabriel with fuck off wings. So that was very easy. And then I think the next was possibly, I don't know, someone else could maybe correct me, but I think maybe the next moment was when Andrew Adamson came to me and asked me to be in the first Narnia film, The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. For him, that was a massive experiment. He was an animator. He'd only made animated films, and he wanted to make his first live-action feature. And the way in which he asked me was really like a first-time filmmaker asking for a fellow traveler to come on this very risky venture with him. I mean, that was, you know, that's my carrot. That's what gets me. So the sense of experiment is almost, I would say, pretty much essential. And so it's not a question of budget. It's not a question of streams. That's the thing that I'm interested in. And also a filmmaker who I really like, who I want to hang out with, and who wants to work in this conversational way.
E oggi le cose stanno probabilmente cambiando, però fino a non molto tempo fa il percorso artistico di non userò mai più la parola carriera, il percorso artistico di un'attrice spesso cominciava a, come dire, declinare intorno ai 40 anni. Lei dopo i 40 anni ha fatto alcune delle cose più interessanti. Esatto. E quindi lei pensa che sia, diciamo, un privilegio ancora riservato a poche, o le cose stanno effettivamente cambiando anche a Hollywood?
Well, I mean, for me, Hollywood is Greta Garbo, and Greta Garbo gave up at 36. So, but she gave up for a very interesting reason. She said, "I've made enough faces," and she was really frustrated and disappointed with the work that was, the opportunities that were being offered to her. She was bored. And I really sympathize with her. If I was that bored and frustrated, I have a great garden and I'm happy there. You know, there's no reason for me to go on making films other than the fact that I have these conversations with these fellows. That's what draws me on. And every single film I've ever made, I intended to be my last film. Every single one. This I intended to be my only film. I always had a great love of one appearance and then over. Like, as you maybe have read, my favorite performance is the donkey in O Hazar Balthazar. You know, you can't top it. And so I'm always, I'm not following anything. I'm just going back to my garden, and then somebody will tempt me out with a conversation. So I'm not a great, I don't really, it's like I either haven't got enough brain cells or I have one too many that I simply don't understand why an age would be a cutoff point for anything. I don't really understand why it would. I mean, I draw a blank on the divisions of age or gender or any sense of identity, really. So, no, for me. But you were saying that your idea is that things become more interesting after a certain age?
No, I said that sometimes can be very difficult after.
Oh, very difficult. Yeah, in some streams. In some streams, for sure. But if you're feeling the pinch of other people's priorities, my suggestion is jump ship. You know, find fellow travelers who have the same urges and the same passions and the same curiosities as you do. And yeah, don't stay where you're feeling blocked. It's easy to move sideways, move underground. That's it.
Prima di aprire, sì, vi lascio subito la parola, volevo chiederle quali sono i primi ricordi da spettatrice?
Memories? Well, great, okay. It's so funny because I was thinking, and I was looking at the list of the recipients of the Lifetime Achievement Award at Venice, I noticed that the last two recipients are Pedro Almodóvar, who I am now a collaborator with, and I'm so proud of that. We made a film last month, and it's showing today. So he's my most recent love. And Julie Andrews was, in many ways, my first, because I think when I went to the cinema for the first time, I saw The Sound of Music, and in those days, it's like the early 13th century, we used to get these programs. We went at Christmas, and I think it's a tradition that I would love to see revived. You would get these beautiful, beautiful programs with photographs, and I remember getting this program and keeping it under my pillow for months. I mean, right through the summer, you know, Christmas program, all the way through the year, with photographs of Julie Andrews. So I think that was maybe my first experience of the big screen. But the first film I ever saw is a really interesting one, because for many years I thought it was a dream. And I saw it I must have seen it on television, but it's a truly cinematic experience. And only a few years ago did I discover that it was a film that existed. Somebody, I mean, all my life I've been saying, have you seen this film? So, no, okay, maybe it was. Finally, somebody told me, yeah, that is Powers of 10 by Charles and Ray Eames. You can get it on YouTube. It's something like 6-7 minute film. And it was a film that they made for NASA, I think, or I can't remember, some space program. And it's a science film where you start above a couple on a picnic blanket, and you come out and you see that they're beside a lake. You come out, you see that it's one of the Great Lakes. You come out, you see America. You come out, you see the planet Earth. You go out, 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 out. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 multiplications through the Milky Way, and then you come back in, ding, 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 the planet, America, Great Lakes, the couple. You go down onto her hand, you go into her skin, you go through her cells, you go into her blood, you go into the atom. It's the most primal cinematic experience to see when you are 8. And I know that it was when I was 8, because I remember very well that I was 8. And when Mark Cousins and I created our foundation for children, the 8.5 Foundation, which is an initiative that we began a few years ago to introduce children across the planet to international cinema and cinema with subtitles and cinema from the 30s, 40s, 50s, all through the last 12 decades of cinema. That is a film that I put on the menu, and I love to show it to 8.5-year-olds because it will blow your mind and it will set your perspective for the capacity of cinema and one's inner camera, one's inner eye, to be able to be that, as I keep saying, elastic. That's what cinema can do. So if you discover that when you're 8, then you're set, you're a film nut.
Allora, cominciamo con le domande, ce n'è una lì.
I'm Alessandra De Tomasi from Vogue Italy. I'd like to ask you, it seems that you can do it all, and you are not afraid of taking yourself not too serious. I mean, you have done Trainwreck, that's very funny and very amazing at the same time. Anyway, what I would like to ask you is, What's the biggest, the more fearless thing that you have done in your life, let's say, career, artistic journey?
Fearless. Wow, that's a good question, Alessandra. Fearless. You see this very strange word, because fearless means is easy, like super easy. If you mean doing something that I was afraid of, like overcoming fear, honestly, every time I go out in public is a step for me, because I am a shy person. This situation is very comfortable for me because we're having a conversation, and because I can see your eyes, and because I knew that you were going to be able to talk back with me, and we were going to be able to discuss. So this is cool. This is happy for me. But I'm a shy individual, and yeah, standing on a stage like last night is less easy. So the fact that I even did it is amazing to me. So that's not fearless, but, acting as if, as they say.
C'è una domanda lì.
Sì, buongiorno. Andrea Giordano per Icon.it. Una domanda, una curiosità per quanto riguarda un progetto che ho letto, forse da regista, che riguarda il tema dell'educazione nelle scuole. Volevo sapere se era confermato, visto che è prodotto anche da Derek Yarman Lab, e se può magari raccontare se è vero, se è confermato questo documentario su questo tema, e che cosa la appassiona, diciamo, delle nuove generazioni, che rapporto ha con le nuove generazioni. Grazie molto.
So it is true that for many years I was very involved in a school in the north of Scotland that my children went to. It was originally a Steiner school, a Rudolf Steiner school, and it stopped at 15. And very simply, when my children were reaching that age, I realized that I knew enough about the education that they were getting there and the way in which it was supporting them. And myself and another parent founded an upper school. So we actually ran a school that in the north of Scotland, which went from kindergarten until 19, in fact. And the children at that school, including my children, did no exams. It was immersive learning, very often outdoor learning, and very much child-led. I'm no longer attached to that school. It's something that was really a very big part of my life for many years, and I stepped away at a certain point. But I was very proud and inspired to work with that school for so long. There is a film that I'm working on, but it's not exactly a documentary. It's an essay film about learning, about the nature of learning. And I have to confess to you, my collaborators and my collaborators are the Derek Jarman Lab, with whom I made the film The Seasons in Cassie about our friend John Berger, and also a film that I made about Derek with Isaac Julian a few years ago. Both of those films they're portraits, they're more essay films than documentaries, so you can see sort of what to expect. But my collaborators and I have been talking about this learning project for a while, but of course this year there's an extra impetus to go even deeper, to think, because we realize that what we and many others have been thinking about so much and so intensely for the last few years, how to find an alternative childhood and an alternative respect for the learning experience for children, is now on everybody's lips quite correctly. There's been a disruption. And like all these disruptions, we must use it as an opportunity to think more deeply and more carefully, and to shake things up. So that essay film will come a little later than expected, because we're going back to the drawing board with it. but it's very interesting work, and we're talking to very, very inspiring people about educationalists and philosophers and thinkers about what our children need and what they will need, because all of us in this room, I'm not talking about us old people, I'm talking about people of 12 now or 10 now. What will their world be like in 20 years? What will they need? My quick answer is that they will need bent knees. They will need to be flexible. They will need to be self-sustaining, and they will need to be very relaxed. So we're working on this conversation about learning.
Una domanda lì e poi in fondo.
I have a question. Did being in Western Berlin in the 80s shape you as an artist, and where would you travel today if you want to grow as an artist?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. The question was about West Berlin in the 80s. Yes, I was remembering, Alessandra mentioned the fact that my children learned to walk. In fact, it wasn't on the beaches on the Lido. They learned to walk. My twins learned to walk in the corridors of the Des Bains.
Okay.
It was very The Shining. It was a very cinematic start for them. And I was thinking yesterday about the Des Bains and the fact that it doesn't exist anymore. And then I had this fantasy that in 10 years' time, we will come back with our sticks and our Zimmer frames, and it will be reopened. And I realized that this is what happens in life, that changes, right? That's the only thing we can rely upon. And the reason I mention it now, in answer to your question, is that the first time I went to Berlin in 1986 with Caravaggio, with Derek Jarman, my grandmother, who at that age was, at that moment was 86, said, oh, I love Berlin, and told me all these places to go. And when I got there, I realized that she told me all these places from the 20s, and they were all in the East. And now, of course, and I got to know that Berlin, I got to know the West Berlin. Even now, I haven't reconstructed it in my mind. The jigsaw doesn't completely work. I'm still stuck in that time a little bit. My time of being in Berlin with Christoph Schlingensief, with Cynthia Beat, with Heinz Emmigholz, with Daniel Schmidt, was really magical. And again, very, as part of my apprenticeship. Not apprenticeship, it's the wrong word because that sounds too serious. It was my formation as a filmmaker, because all of those filmmakers, they just encouraged what I was learning with Derek. They made me go, oh, Derek isn't the only one. Yeah, this is actually a world. This is a sensibility. This is a fellowship. And so it was enormously important. Of course, it helped that my other reference, apart from my sainted grandmother, was David Bowie and his Berlin experience. That was another battery in my machine. But I'm very, very fond of Berlin. I love it. But I would like to get to know what I call the new Berlin, because for me, my Berlin kind of ended in 1989.
C'era lì in fondo una domanda.
I think you asked me another question that I didn't.
Il manifesto, I'm going to ask this question in English.
Thank you.
You have often gone beyond genders in your roles. One of the most iconic roles that you had was Orlando. I would like, talking about Berlin, your comment about the decision of the Berlin Film Festival not to have a gendered award, so not for a woman and a man, but an ungendered role. Thank you.
Well, what a relief. How eminently sensible and, good. I think the whole, humans are, for some reason, really interested in division and compartmentalizing ourselves. And I think as we're really getting to understand now, this is not the way to go. In every sense, you know, dividing people up and prescribing a path for them, whether we're talking about gender or whether we're talking about race or whether we're talking about class. It's just such a waste of life, you know. Life is too short for all of this. And so I'm really happy to hear that about Berlin, and I think it's pretty much inevitable that everybody will follow, because it's just obvious to me. I mean, the whole idea of being fixed in any way it just makes me claustrophobic, and it just makes me sad. You know, just to call yourself definitively heterosexual, definitively homosexual, or definitively male, or definitively female, or I mean, it makes me want to go to sleep. Yeah, so bravo, Berlin. I think this gentleman here, I'm just feeling guilty because I think you asked me a second question that I didn't answer. You asked me one about Berlin, and then you asked me something else, and I forgot. And now
we
terrible
can,
thing is I can't hear you, sorry.
Because of the Western Berlin of the 80s is long gone, where would you go today?
Where would I go? Okay, sorry, 1 second, yes. No, because of course, like everybody on the planet, we've all been dreaming of where we'd like to go. And I'll be very short and say everywhere. But at the same time, I will say this. There was a moment at the beginning of lockdown when my family and I were watching David Attenborough, Under the Sea. And I'm one of the very fortunate northerners who's had the opportunity in my life to go to coral reefs and swim underwater. And I remember watching this program and going, oh, how would I love to do that? And said to myself, maybe I will never do that again. And that's fine, because I have my memories, and this is an important point. I have lived long enough to have those memories, but more importantly, because more people haven't had the opportunity to swim in coral seas than have, we have David Attenborough, and we have Miyazaki. We have cinema to take us where we cannot go. And that's really, really important. And I don't mean it just in some kind of hypothetical, esoteric, philosophical sense, but practically, we can stay out of the air and we can go to the screen. And that's really important. And we may do it for a very long time. And that's got to be okay for us. We can't get frustrated about that. We can't just run to the airport when I would much rather people get a box set of David Attenborough or Miyazaki and watch Ponyo or, you know, The Deep Blue or whatever, and just be safe and inspired and stay out of those planes. That would probably be my suggestion.
Buongiorno. Lei prima ha parlato di David Bowie, parlando di Berlino. Lei ha lavorato con Floria Sigismondi per The Stars, quindi volevo chiedere com'è stato l'approccio e l'esperienza in un video musicale, soprattutto in un video musicale di David Bowie.
Well, again, this is another great blessing in my life, through the, you know, coming into cinema through art and with artists. I think when I encountered, within the first kind of 10 years of my working life as a filmmaker, I think like 80% of the directors I worked with were either first and foremost painters or first and foremost musicians. And so, and none of them had a relationship to the theatre, which is significant because I think that there is a world of cinema which is quite inspired by and related to the cinema, and that's not the cinema that I swim in. And so with Derek Jarman, always in between doing The Last of England or The Garden or War Requiem, we were making music videos with the Pet Shop Boys or Marianne Faithfull, and it was a wonderful, I mean, I mentioned the Francis Lawrence experience, and whenever I'm on a big experimental film, even the Marvel films, you know, the whole CGI experience, the standing in front of in the olden days it was a blue screen and now it's a green screen. It just reminds me of making Pet Shop Boys videos with Derek. I mean, that's also my route. And I had the great good fortune to work with wonderful musicians called Orbital. We made a great little film called The Box, and with David Bowie, Floria Sigismondi, of course. And yeah, I'm very, it's interesting that you mention these short films, because I realize, particularly today, because we're just presenting the film that I made with Pedro, which is 30 minutes long, I'm very interested in short form films. And I suppose it's partly because of that beginning, you know, working with these short films. Derek would use the short form films to work out a new experiment. There was a first time I went to Cannes, which was, I want to say something like, God, someone will correct me, it's something like 1989, maybe earlier, 1988. There was a compilation film called Aria, which was, I think 10 directors were asked to make like 3-minute videos of famous arias. And it was an extraordinary group of people: Jean-Luc Godard, Bruce Beresford, Nick Rogue, Ken Russell, etc., and Derek. And we made a little film from Charpentier's Louise, but it was really an experiment to see if we could blow Super 8 up to 35 millimeter. And it was because of that experiment that we felt encouraged to then make The Last of England and The Garden. So the short film is like a wonderful little lab opportunity, and I really love it.
Purtroppo dobbiamo fermarci qui perché fra un po' inizieranno le conferenze stampa, quindi grazie moltissimo al Tilda Swinton. Thank you very much. Thank you. Grazie a tutti voi, grazie.
Buongiorno, siamo qua per la conferenza stampa del nostro film fuori concorso Final Account di Lucas Holland. È un film che abbiamo visto prestissimo, uno dei primissimi che abbiamo invitato, ci è piaciuto subito, è il frutto di un lavoro di 10 anni e eravamo particolarmente ansiosi, e anche lui lo era, di accogliere il regista qua a Venezia. Purtroppo è mancato un paio di mesi fa, ma siamo molto contenti di avere con noi sua moglie Yvonne Hennessy e tutta la famiglia Hennessy Holland, che sono qua seduti davanti, e al mio fianco è uno dei grandi collaboratori di Holland a questo progetto, il suo montatore Sam Hope, e in collegamento Skype, che vedo Skype, Zoom, wrong platform. In collegamento Zoom abbiamo due produttori del film, John Batzek e Rite Oder. I'm going to start with a question to Sam, because you've been working on this film for almost as long as this project has been in the works, 10 years. So it's 10 years, 12 years, 300 interviews. Can you give us a sense of the scope of this documentary?
It is, when we began the project, when Luke began before I did in 2008, it is vast. He had an ambition to interview Germans and Austrians in the primary, but then went further. He wanted to expand his scope to France, to South America, to Spain. He spent his entire life, I would say his entire life has been leading to this point.
And how much do you think it factored in the way this project was shaped and his involvement, the fact that he learned only very late, rather late in life, that he was Jewish. He didn't grow up knowing that. So how did that affect his involvement and his participation and his design of it?
Well, I think that revelation was pivotal in his in forming his view and in terms of informing his curiosity. He wanted to discover who, I think, at the beginning of this project, he set out to find who murdered his grandparents. I think that was a wild idea at first. I don't think he ever intended to actually meet the people who did it. Instead, he wanted to find people who had done similar things to other families, other grandparents. No, it's a lifetime in the making. All of his films leading up to this point have been similarly informed. His film, I Was a Slave Laborer, dealing with German industry and their complicity and the fight for compensation for slave laborers, and Good Morning, Mr. Hitler, where he showed footage from the 1939 Munich Arts Festival to Germans who had been alive at that time, who'd participated. So you can see the groundwork being laid there already.
To John and Rita that entered this project a little later, what do you think it makes it so different in comparison to other films that have been done on the Shoah?
Well, I think it's different to Shoah in the sense that it's about Germans, and I think Shoah was wider. And it's also, this one is very much about witnesses and just bystanders, not survivors. And of course, it's much shorter.
And John, I was asking actually in general, what makes this different than other documentaries that have been done on what do you think the specifics are on Nazism and
I can't speak for all films that have been made on the subject, but I would say, it's pretty remarkable to have just ordinary people who were complicit in the events of those years be interviewed in the way that Luke did interview them. It's not something I've ever seen before, and I think in that respect, that's what makes this such a remarkable film. It is ordinary people talking about their experience of living through those extraordinary years, and that's something I've never seen before.
And I also think that it's very important that it really shows how state control and coercion can normalize the abnormal. And I think those interviews really show that, how people just accept what's really quite abnormal as normal. And I think that's very relevant today as well.
Yeah, that's what struck us when we saw the film, is how poignant is to the present time, and because I've never seen anything that shows how easy it is to slip, into something that is unthinkable. Sam, can you talk a little bit about this conversation you had with Luke on how to walk the fine line during these interviews, on trying to understand these people but not creating an apology for them?
I think Luke always characterized these interviews, rather than interviews, as conversations. He didn't approach it from an academic point of view wholly. He wanted to ask them questions about their personal lives. And it was a very difficult process, I think, to get them to open up. At first, there was a lot of resistance, a lot of hesitation. Sometimes they didn't want to be interviewed, or they'd say, I can talk to you, but not on camera. And he would make them the offer. He said, I'm going to tell you what I tell all my interviewees. We can record this, and at the end, if you're not happy, I'll hand you the tapes, and you can do whatever you want with them. You can destroy them, you can keep them for your own purposes. All I'm interested in is hearing your testimony. And this is your opportunity to inform history. If you feel you've been robbed, if you feel you've been silenced, this is a chance to sort of put yourself on the record.
Se avete delle domande, alzate la mano. There.
One moral and one technical. The moral one is how is important to give voice to the witnesses on the other side of the Holocaust. And did you have a particular editing in this movie? And what kind of choice did you make for this? Thank you.
Can you repeat the question? Yeah, could you just repeat the question for us, for Rita and I?
Oh yes, is asking how it's important to give word to the other side, so to listen to the other side, not just the victims but the perpetrators, and also what were the choices made in the editing of the film?
Well, I think we sort of touched on the first bit before, didn't we? It seems in some respects the most resonant way to tell this story is to allow the ordinary people to talk us through their experience of it, as Rita was saying as well. It's remarkable to hear their account of living through what they lived through and the sort of the level of their complicity, for want of another word. And that was a choice that Luke made. Of course, there'd be many brilliant films made which show the other side of the story, and as I said, there'd be many brilliant ones. But I think Luke felt, and I think we all think he's right, that there was great value in telling the story from the perspective of the bystanders. And then from an editing point of view, we went about it as a team, as we would on any other film that we make. We brought in a very brilliant, very talented editor and set about working through Luke's material in a way as to deliver what was the core of what Luke was trying to achieve and the core of the message Luke wanted to convey to people. So there's no manipulation in it. It was just the process we always go through. We spent, I forget, Sam and Rita can both say exactly how many months we spent, but a lot of months plowing through the edit, figuring out what's the most powerful and effective and authentic way to tell this story.
Sam, you want to add something, especially to the editing part?
To the editing part, I mean, this was an extraordinarily long edit, I think. I mean, in terms of when we began in January, we didn't properly finish until about November. It was about 11 months, and then even additional color editing. It was not necessarily an easy edit to go through, and considering the size, the scope of the archive, the scope of the amount of footage that he recorded, 300 interviews, almost 1,000 hours of journey and of interview. It is difficult to then pass that down. But of course, as it is always with any film or any story. But I think yes, he wanted to focus. We wanted to focus on those core issues of perpetration of complicity, and hopefully that message of understanding of why did this happen.
Something to add to this. I'm also interested in terms of the edit. One thing that I also loved is the choice of interspacing the conversations with these images, sort of placid images of places, and it's a really brilliant device because it gives you, as I was saying before, in the green room, a sense of geography. It kind of times, it gives you time to absorb what you're seeing. And at what stage in post-production that idea came, and how did you get to it?
Well, I think that was established from the very beginning. Luke always, he saw the German landscape as imbued with the whole, it's sort of inescapable from the Holocaust, or Lisa's, I think his feeling was that the Holocaust sometimes just gets limited to the spaces of the camps. But whereas it is countrywide, every single town has a story. Everyone had a neighbor or a friend or someone who they knew. It stretched across the entire country and into Austria and beyond into the east and indeed into France. It is, and so I think, yes, he wanted to communicate that. It is a landscape haunted by memories.
Hello, Lamri Bakary from The Guardian. Anti-Semitism has raised its head in the UK over the last few months. We've had some very high-profile cases where it's the Labour Party having to launch an investigation into anti-Semitism within the political party, or whether it's high-profile people making anti-Semitic statements and being supported in public. Do you think the film can help kind of break this complacency that we have with anti-Semitism? Sometimes there's a temptation to see it as something that's in the rearview mirror of history, but it's obviously a contemporary issue. Do you think the film can help to stop that complacency?
John and Rita, did you get the question?
Rita, do you want to have a go?
I think that we need to learn from history, and I think this film gives the audience that opportunity. And I really think, it's one generation talking to another, and in a very direct way, just telling their accounts. And I think education would be very useful, I hope. And
it continues it maintains it as a discussion point, which, as you just said in your question, is vital because of what is going on in the world today. And therefore, this film and films like this not force an audience, but present an audience with a history and which has a relevance to today that will hopefully prompt conversation that might conceivably result in a diminishment of this kind of anti-Semitic behavior, etc. And yeah.
And how do you think the age of the people that are interviewed factor in, both in the way they process their memory of what happened then, and in the way that we see the film?
Well, I think Luke's view of memory, I think you might not be able to remember what happened, what you had for breakfast yesterday, but you can record incredibly precise details about your childhood, these strong memories that leap out at you. And they spoke, during these interviews, they spoke, all of these conversations, these interviewees spoke with a remarkable clarity. Their recall was incredible.
And I think also Luke gave them sufficient time to recall their memories, which is really important. He doesn't do a news interview. It was very much, a documentary interview, which it took quite some time. And he spent a lot of time with the individuals.
Yeah, there is almost like a sense of relief sometimes for, when they get to say, it's really, really fascinating. Alessandra.
Buongiorno, mi ha molto colpito l'intervistato che sostiene anche in maniera molto perentoria: chi dice di non sapere mente. Ecco, mi chiedo se questa convinzione è ormai diffusa o ancora ci si trincera dietro era impossibile sapere cosa stava accadendo, anche perché tutti parlano più che altro di questo odore così forte, che era un indizio talmente forte che non poteva essere trascurato.
John and Rita, did you get a translation or?
No.
No, okay. She was very. She found it very striking. The person the people that in the film that say who pretends that they didn't know is lying, you know? And so her question is it that still a valid excuse, or an argument rather, or not today? And especially given the fact that so many of them mention the smell, this very strong odor that was sort of haunting the places where they were.
I think a common refrain from that period, just in the post-war period, was always nach dem Krieg. It was always after the war that we learned of these horrible crimes. In the process of these interviews, I think that as a possibility becomes vanishingly small. Even if you weren't necessarily there, or you weren't participating, you weren't necessarily active, you knew someone, or you'd spoken to someone, you'd heard a rumor, or a neighbor was involved, or your brother who has a soldier for a son came home and told you the story, or had photographs. I think it's possible, but very unlikely that no one could have known.
John and Rita, do you have something to add?
No, I agree with Sam. I think it's very unlikely that these people didn't know. But, you know, at the time, obviously, they repressed it and went along with, you know, as I said before, state control and coercion. You know, there's a guy who said, you know, if 99 people in front of me thought it was okay to slaughter Jews, you know, if they thought it was okay, I would go with it too. So how you get, you know, how the abnormal becomes very normal in such circumstances.
Visto la mole di lavoro, mi chiedevo se il film finisce qui o se avete pensato a uno sviluppo successivo di tutto questo materiale, e visto che questo film è appunto memoria e anche storia, se c'è già l'idea di utilizzarlo a livello appunto di museo, di archivio, che seguito avrà?
Considering the scope of the you know, of the film and just the sheer quantity of the materials, is there anything else in the works in terms of enlarging this project? The film is the end of it, and are you also entertaining conversation with the museums or institutions as such to deposit the you know, the archive?
Well, from the very beginning of this project, Luc had envisioned it as an archive first and a film second. To that end, he made contacts with numerous institutions, including the Wiener Library at the very beginning, the Institut National de l'Audiovisuel, who've been staunch supporters of ours from the very beginning, and University College London. We've since also expanded this group to USC Shoah and the US Holocaust Memorial Museum with the explicit intention of utilizing this material both in the classroom, in educational environments, and for further research. I think, and also in terms of more films or more use of the material, I know it was Luc's ambition for this not to be the last of it. I think we will hopefully make a few more things.
So let me just add, the film's financier, Participant Media, are planning, I mean, with the film itself, are planning significant social media campaigns that will support the film in all the territories that it's released. So yes, the impact of Luc's amazing work is going to be felt far beyond the realms of just the film.
And I'm also curious, going back into the making of it, about the kind of detective work that Luc had to do to find these people and to convince them to have these conversations.
I think that's the most incredible thing about this film, is that Luc spent all those years just by chance encounters. He went to Germany, he met people on beaches, in saunas, in hotels, in old people's homes, and through friends, and it was very extensive. And partly his personality of how he could, you know, talk to people and open them up, but it was extraordinary how he managed to do that.
Oh, indeed. I mean, Luc is fascinated by humanity. I mean, he would begin a conversation with you, and within 5 minutes you'd be charmed. Because he was genuinely curious. He wanted to know about he wanted to know your story. He wanted to know more about you. I think that was true for all these interviewees, particularly in some of the more bizarre circumstances when he met them. In particular, I think Heinrich Schultz, the man in the cap who takes him on the tour around the farm, he saw him just walking along the side of the road and tapped his taxi driver on the back and said, "Stop, pull over." Leapt out of the car and started talking with him. And within about half an hour, Heinrich had said, "Come back to my house. We'll have tea and we'll talk some more."
It's interesting also in the film the relationship between that generation and the new generation of neo-Nazi and young much younger white supremacists. Yes, that one scene that is very is very strong. Was there more? Can you talk a little bit about it?
So the Wannsee House scene was a bit of an oddity. It wasn't necessarily planned. He'd received a call from Hans Werk just a day after the interview that they'd conducted before, and he said, "I'm giving a talk tomorrow at the Wannsee House to a bunch of students. Would you like to come along?" Luke, not wanting to miss an opportunity, of course, leapt at the chance. It was unplanned, unrehearsed, and I don't necessarily know what Luke was expecting when he walked in that day. But I think, yes, it speaks to this contemporary issue. I mean, that was in 2011. At the time we were filming, this film felt incredibly relevant. It's only gotten more so. These are the same issues that we're still dealing with today. I mean, the news in Germany just from 3 days ago, I think. Anti-Semitism, hate have not gone away. These powerful, vicious ideologies are still present. In fact, they're gaining strength, not just in Germany and Austria, but around the world.
Yeah. And to this, John, can you perhaps talk a little bit more about the plan? You said a big social media campaign, but as Sam said, this is not a German issue. I live in the United States, and it's very scary out there right now. So can you talk a little bit how you are planning to, and participants are planning to bring visibility to the film beyond Europe?
I mean, up to a point I can, it's relatively early stages, but as Sam has already said, it was participant who showed the film to the Scher Foundation and the Holocaust Museum and is in talks with Yad Vashem. And, part of participants' remit is social campaigns and social impact campaigns. And so we're at the very beginning of them wrapping their heads around how they're going to go about that with this film, as we are, in fact, at the beginning of the process of figuring out who our partners are globally to release the film. But there's no question that all of those releases will be supported by social impact campaigns that are in themselves supported by participants. So all I can say is that it is absolutely the intention to prompt the debate that we're having right now off the back of the release of this film with the support of participants and the kind of organizations that they are reaching out to, and we will continue to reach out to.
Yeah, well, that is why we're even more prouder to have this movie in Venice and to present it to the world for the first time. I want to thank our guest for being here, and the Holland family for having joined us for what would be a great screening. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, John. Speak soon. We'll how the screening goes.
Buongiorno a tutti, è la conferenza stampa di The Human Voice, la voce umana. Vi presento il produttore del film, ma anche attore, Almodóvar. La protagonista assoluta Tilda Swinton. Il regista Pedro Almodóvar. Vorrei cominciare con una domanda per Almodóvar e vorrei chiedergli il testo di Cocteau era già stato fonte di ispirazione in altre occasioni. Ecco, se ci può raccontare un po' da dove parte questa fascinazione e le volte che è stato citato questo testo nei suoi film.
Sí, no. Bueno, estamos ensayando.
Okay.
Sí, no, el corto de Jean Cocteau ya me inspiró en La ley del deseo. Había una escena en que Carmen Maura interpretaba, era una mujer abandonada e interpretaba una escena muy corta de la voz humana. Eso hizo que me gustara mucho la combinación de la voz humana y Carmen Maura. Y entonces, en la película siguiente, mi idea era hacer una versión en un largometraje muy experimental, porque la voz humana dura media hora y tendría que rellenar una hora más. Pues la idea de Mujeres al borde de un ataque de nervios era hacer una versión larga del monólogo y de la situación que vive la protagonista. Como me situé 48 horas antes de la llamada, de pronto pues la llamada desaparecía, entonces no había que poner ya Cocteau en los títulos y el resultado era una comedia delirante que pudisteis, bueno, no sé si habéis nacido, ver en el 88 aquí mismo, en Venecia. Entonces digamos que para mí ha sido muy fértil y de algún modo la situación de una mujer abandonada, sola, al borde de la locura, junto a un perro que también ha sido abandonado y con el que comparte el duelo, y un montón de maletas ya hechas, es una situación dramática que siempre me ha estimulado. Entonces, en este caso creo que ya es la última vez que ya no volveré a molestar el texto de Cocteau con mi adaptación.
A Tilda Swinton vorrei chiedere dell'incontro con Pedro Almodóvar, com'è stato, che cosa prima nella masterclass parlava di un nuovo amore, e quindi se ci racconta un po' l'incontro con Pedro e sappiamo che avete girato poco tempo fa, il film è già pronto qui per noi, quindi se ci racconta un po' il lavoro che ha fatto con Pedro.
I feel like saying my relationship with Pedro Almodóvar's cinema started with the cinema of William Wyler and George Cukor, Billy Wilder, and then the Women on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown was the first time I saw his spirit, and I've been entirely besotted by his cinema ever since. I have a friend at home in the north of Scotland who's a monk. He's a Benedictine monk, and I see him occasionally. And I saw him about 12 years ago, and he always says he's going to remember me in his prayers. And one day he said to me, and I have a special prayer for you to work with Pedro Almodóvar. and I thought it was ridiculous, because I am not Spanish, I don't speak Spanish. But as Pedro and I have discussed many times, there's this language of cinema which is a complicity between us, and it's incredibly proud moment for me to sit beside him. Between these two, it's literally a dream come true.
Oh, thank you so. I'm very awkward with this.
Ad Agustin vorrei chiedere della sfida questo è il primo film in inglese ed è anche un formato insolito per Almodóvar. Cosa ha significato questo? Appunto una sfida, una difficoltà o una liberazione in qualche modo?
Dale. Aquí.
Gracias. Bueno, yo creo que ha sido sobre todo una experiencia. Como productor tengo experiencia en haber hecho ya alguna película en inglés, en concreto con Isabel Cuisset, pero con Pedro es la primera vez que hemos afrontado un rodaje donde la actuación principal se llevaba a cabo en inglés. Y la verdad que ha sido toda una experiencia. Y ha sido también, debo decir, una experiencia maravillosa, gracias también a Tilda, que lo ha hecho facilísimo. Y tuvimos la sensación del inglés en los primeros momentos, pero en cuanto el rodaje tomó cuerpo y pasaron los 2 primeros días, teníamos la misma sensación como cuando rodamos con actrices y actores que llevan mucho tiempo trabajando con Pedro, especialmente por la complicidad que ella nos ha sabido regalar, teniendo en cuenta que ella venía de otro mundo, de otro país, de otra forma de trabajar. Y ha sido increíble ver cómo se ha integrado en un rodaje, todo de técnicos y jefes de equipo españoles. Y debo deciros que ella ha conseguido arrancar aplausos al final de alguna toma, lo que ha sido también muy emocionante para todos los que hemos participado, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, esa experiencia que hemos y ese riesgo que hemos aceptado al ponernos a trabajar en inglés ha sido muy, muy recompensado con el placer de conocer a una persona y un artista come Tilda.
Allora, ci sono delle domande, una lì, poi arriviamo anche qui. Francesco, alza la mano perché sennò non ti vedono.
Mi alzo un attimo. Salve, Francesco Gallo, Agenzia ANSA. Una domanda per Almodóvar. Lei è andato a toccare un classico su cui hanno lavorato tantissime persone, però ha messo il suo, la sua visione personale. Se dovesse dire a qualcuno come ha cambiato Cocteau, il testo di Cocteau e anche, diciamo, l'ambientazione, quali sono le modifiche, diciamo, che lei riconosce di aver fatto? Grazie.
Sí, inevitablemente para rodar la película tenía que apropiarme del texto, porque de otro modo no sé trabajar. Entonces, bueno, yo había visto, era consciente del trabajo que había hecho Rossellini con Anna Magnani, y también había visto en un DVD dirigido por Ted Koshev a otra mujer de Rossellini, a Ingrid Bergman, haciéndolo en escenario en Nueva York en los años 70. Entonces, yo casi de un modo natural quería hacer algo absolutamente, no ya solo distinto, sino casi opuesto. Porque de otro modo no reconocía como contemporánea a la mujer que está esperando y que después habla con su examante. Para mí, este corto es una experiencia, es casi un capricho, es una experiencia de libertad. O sea, me he sentido incluso libre al no tener que hablar en español. Para mí era una experiencia toda nueva, en inglés, porque quería hacer algo en inglés. Después también, estéticamente, era muy ambicioso, quería mostrar algo esencialmente teatral, pero también esencialmente cinematográfico. Es decir, mostrar que los personajes en el cine viven en un decorado que es falso, mostrarle desde el punto naturalista hasta la espalda de ese decorado. También toda la nave donde se rueda la acabé convirtiendo como en el escenario donde ocurre toda la historia. Para mí era un experimento que quería hacer, y en ese experimento ha desaparecido la mayor parte de las palabras de Cocteau y las he escrito de nuevo. Esto no es una cuestión de estar corrigiendo a un clásico, sino digerirlo de un modo absolutamente mío, lo cual implicaba reescribir el texto. Y, bueno, respetar la situación, como ya he dicho antes, de soledad, desesperación y duelo de esta mujer que está a la espera.
La signora lì, prego.
Ecco, grazie. Sono Gloria Satta del Messaggero, chiedo al maestro Almodóvar, lei ha girato questo film subito dopo il lockdown, allora volevo chiederle come ha vissuto quel periodo e se pensa che la pandemia in cui siamo ancora tuttora immersi cambierà il nostro modo di essere, in particolare il cinema. Grazie.
Bueno, pues antes de venir en el hotel estaba pensando acerca de esta cuestión. El confinamiento nos ha reducido a todos en casa y yo creo que ha demostrado varias cosas. Ha demostrado, por ejemplo, hasta qué punto la gente depende de la ficción. Creo que la ficción ha sido uno de los grandes de los modos de llenar el tiempo y de entretenerse. Y cuando digo la ficción me refiero también a la cultura. Yo creo que ahora es mucho más fácil decirle al público que la cultura es absolutamente necesaria. Todo lo que han estado viendo ha estado escrito por alguien, ha sido iluminado por alguien, está interpretado por alguien, ya sean series, ficción, películas, exceptuando los diarios. Y ahí las plataformas han tenido, por ejemplo, una función muy importante. Pero también hay otro resultado que a mí me parece inquietante y negativo. El confinamiento nos ha hecho ver la casa como un lugar de reclusión, un lugar desde donde podemos trabajar, podemos comprar, podemos encontrar el amor de nuestra vida, podemos pedir comida, lo podemos hacer absolutamente todo de un modo sedentario. Y a mí eso me parece peligroso. De hecho, las empresas ya han descubierto que el trabajador puede trabajar en su casa y que es más barato. Entonces, yo contrapondría a esta situación de reclusión. En el caso del COVID ha sido una reclusión obligada, pero lo que no me gusta es que esa reclusión continúe en el tiempo. Y yo propondría, como contraposición a eso, el cine. El cine es absolutamente lo opuesto a esto. Ir al cine es iniciar una aventura. O sea, tienes que vestirte, tienes que pensar qué imagen quieres dar a los demás, tienes que salir a la calle, tienes que encontrarte la vida de la calle, tienes que elegir una película y después tienes que meterte en un lugar oscuro y compartir con un montón de desconocidos, cada vez más escasos, emociones, lo que los griegos llaman catarsis, o sea, donde aterrorizarte con gente, llorar con gente, emocionarte con gente. Y yo creo que eso es una experiencia a nivel humano esencial. Y como director de cine, para mí es importantísimo. Naturalmente, quiero decir, las películas están para ser vistas de cualquier modo, pero yo como director y a la vez espectador de que una película mía se esté poniendo en un cine, el hecho de oír respirar a los espectadores me da muchísima información acerca de cómo funciona la película. Es imposible, si una película mía se pone en Netflix o en cualquier otra plataforma, yo no tengo nunca la sensación de cómo es el encuentro de la película con el espectador. Bueno, como resultado de todo esto, y ya que el cine no atraviesa, y después de esto menos, una buena situación, debemos ir al cine, debemos continuar. Por eso yo inmediatamente después del confinamiento me puse a dirigir esta película y me pondré también a preparar la próxima el mes que viene. a pesar de la incertidumbre, tenemos que tener proyectos, tenemos que seguir haciendo los que hacemos cine. Y claro, por favor, recomendad a todo el mundo que os lea, que vayan, que todas esas emociones solo se descubren ante una pantalla muy grande y en compañía de desconocidos y a oscuras.
Ci sono 2 domande lì, cerchiamo di arrivare da tutti. 2 domande lì, signori, lì, e poi andiamo lì. Il signore con la mano alzata. Alzate bene la mano perché altrimenti non vi vedono. Grazie.
Alex Vicente, El País. Aquí estoy. Mira, me interesa lo que has dicho sobre el monólogo de Cocteau como una especie de fin de ciclo también. Dices que nunca más lo vas a volver a tocar.
Eso espero.
Con Dolor y Gloria y con esta película que hemos visto hoy, tenemos la sensación de que pasas a otra fase en tu filmografía. No sé si es una sensación incorrecta, pero me gustaría que la comentaras un poco. Y respecto al monólogo de Cocteau, me pregunto también por qué te emociona tan profundamente. Sé que no es el mejor momento para contarnos interioridades, pero ¿te toca un nivel incluso autobiográfico lo que cuenta este texto? Gracias.
Mira, nunca me habían hecho esta pregunta. Bueno, no había pensado en ello. Nunca me había visto reflejado en La mujer que espera, pero yo también he vivido esa situación. También he esperado en vano, sin tener que hacer las maletas, porque eso ya sería demasiado generoso por mi parte. Hablando, ¿sabes?, del monólogo de Cocteau, para mí, pensando en una mujer actual, me parece que en el original hay demasiada sumisión por parte de ella. Y yo quería convertirlo en un acto de venganza. Eso no está incluido en el original, pero bueno, también demuestra que el texto está vivo y se puede transformar en otras cosas. No sé muy bien, ¿qué más me has preguntado? Es que me he perdido. El nuevo ciclo. Yo creo que yo me siento en ese nuevo ciclo ya desde Julieta, de un modo consciente, muy palpable para mí. Creo que desde Julieta estoy derivando a una narración mucho más contenida, donde los elementos son cada vez menos, pero trato de ir lo más profundamente que puedo. Esta misma experiencia de sobriedad y de austeridad me ha acompañado en Dolor y Gloria, y la verdad es que yo en este momento de mi vida me siento no ya más cómodo, sino que es algo nuevo en lo que quiero seguir investigando. Yo creo que la voz humana se separa un poco porque no es exactamente contenida. Contenida es la actuación de Tilda, pero no es un corto contenido, es un corto muy barroco donde he puesto todos los colores que a mí me gustan para que el operador los iluminara, y el propio monólogo de ella también es muy barroco y a veces, no sé, bordea el gran guiñol. Entonces, no, porque el corto para mí era, desde el principio lo había pensado como un experimento donde yo me sintiera absolutamente libre. Entonces, no quiero decir que en las películas no me sienta libre, me siento libre de otro modo. Pero sí que, como he dicho, Julieta, Dolor y Gloria y esto mismo, esta actitud ante el cine, porque en un momento en que todo el mundo está pensando en hacer series, mi ilusión era hacer un cortometraje. Sí indican un cambio de ciclo en mi vida, un ciclo que se debe exclusivamente a la biología, pero sí en lo narrativo y en el estilo cinematográfico sí que hay un punto de inflexión desde Julieta.
Buongiorno, Giuseppe Fantasia, Huffington Post per Almodóvar. All'inizio del film, soprattutto nelle prime scene, ha trasformato Tilda Swinton in una sorta di bambola dimenticata nelle sue. illusioni, nella sua illusione. Cos'è per lei, Almodóvar, l'illusione e oggi cos'è che non la illude più? E se vuole può rispondere anche la signora Swinton. Grazie.
Bueno, mi mayor ilusión es seguir vivo. Mi segunda mayor ilusión es seguir vivo y haciendo cine. Y mi tercera, pero también en un nivel muy alto, es estar en Venecia hablando contigo y con todos vosotros. Y compartiendo también una de las primeras, que es estar vivo y trabajando con Tilda Swinton.
Wow, it's such a question about illusion. I suppose the illusion that I battle with is the illusion of communication, that it's possible to be articulate, because I'm very interested in the fact of inarticulacy, not only in life, but also in art. And it's the thing that makes me so devoted to art, and in particular to cinema, because cinema gives the lie to inarticulacy. It says, no, we can understand each other. Let's try. Let's really try. Let's try and put you in my shoes. Let's try and look through my eyes, and let's try and listen to another language. That feeling of effort and that feeling of belief, faith, actually, is so beautiful. And so I suppose the illusion that we can understand each other keeps me going. Yeah.
C'è un signore lì in fondo con la mano alzata da molto tempo.
Buenos días, Marc Garriga de Cataluña Radio. Una pregunta para Pedro. Decías, quería incidir en el camino que había abierto el compañero del país. En esta nueva etapa que estás viviendo, has dicho que querías experimentar. ¿Qué más experimentos tienes preparados para nosotros? ¿En qué más te vas a querer meter? Y si este romance con Tilda Swinton va a seguir con otros proyectos conjuntos.
A mí me encantaría que este idilio con Tilda continuara lo más pronto posible. Para eso necesitaríamos algún tema concreto, algún guión, pero yo me voy a empeñar en encontrarlo. Porque cuando descubres, me ha pasado otras veces en mi vida artística, cuando descubres la química absoluta con un actor, no hay nada comparable con eso. O sea, es una especie de milagro, porque eso te hace que puedas llegar mucho más lejos en todo lo que... O sea, mi misma capacidad la multiplica. Entonces, espero que tener la ocasión de trabajar con ella. Y la primera parte... Pues sí que ahora en octubre empiezo ya la preproducción de la próxima película, pero después de haber hecho La voz humana, he escrito otras dos piezas, una de como de 45 minutos y otra de 15 o 20, que me gustaría hacer y también con ese mismo sentido de libertad. O sea, una de ellas sería un western muy particular y también y las dos piezas tienen un aire teatral. No están basadas en nada, pero tienen un aire teatral de escenario único. Porque primeramente yo me muevo mucho mejor, es decir, me muevo menos en un escenario único, lo cual me viene bien para la espalda y controlo más todos los elementos. Entonces, tengo pensado en el futuro después de la próxima película y completando esto, lo cual sería como una trilogía, esta historia que es un western que se llama Extraña forma de vida, como un fado de Amalia Rodríguez. Y también otra que habla justamente del cine, de lo que estaba al principio comentando. Bueno, no he comentado mucho sobre el vacío en que ahora sufre en las salas de los cines y planteo una situación en la cual ya hace tiempo sería una especie de distopía que ocurre en una reunión social, en una fiesta privada, en que los cines han desaparecido de Madrid, por ejemplo, o de España, que va camino de que desaparezcan, Y hace ya 2 o 3 años que no hay cines, y entonces hablo de... No sé si debo decirlo. No, claro, no, porque entonces yo doy la clave. Me dice mi hermano que no lo diga. Bueno, hablo de esa situación en forma distópica. Cómo afecta ese vacío de hace 2 o 3 años de las salas en las che stavano compartendo ese banquete.
Purtroppo c'è tempo per una sola domanda. La signora qui davanti.
Buenos días, yo soy Reika Salco de Hungría y intento en español, aunque yo soy húngara. Para el señor Almodóvar, una pregunta: ¿cómo era el proceso de escribir el texto? ¿Porque usted estaba escribiendo en español o trabajaron juntos con la señora Swinton o con traducción en inglés o usted estaba escribiendo en inglés? ¿Cómo era el proyecto, hacer la película? Porque el texto era muy importante para mí y claro, y cada palabra está en su lugar.
Sí, no, el texto lo es todo. Es un monólogo con algunas acciones previas, pero la palabra lo es todo en la película. Pues yo lo escribí en español, se tradujo al inglés y en 2 lecturas previas que tuve con Tilda le dije que cambiara, porque mi inglés no es tan bueno como el de ella, por ejemplo, que si había alguna expresión que a ella le parecía que podía decirse de otro modo y que resultaba más correcta, que por favor lo hiciera, que yo le daba libertad para que la cambiara y yo lo apuntaba. Entonces cambió alguna cosa, no muchas, cambió 3 o 4 expresiones que a ella le parecían más acertadas. Y después al principio reconozco que me costó un poco de trabajo dirigir en otro idioma, pero el espectáculo después consiguió, en el momento que ella se adueñó del personaje, era un espectáculo total oírla hablar en inglés. O sea, evidentemente el inglés es su lengua, pero para mí no la había oído nunca con ese tipo de musicalidad. Yo todavía tengo en la cabeza algunos de los tonos en que decía determinadas frases. Ha sido un verdadero placer oírla y verla.
Dobbiamo fermarci qui. Molte grazie a Pedro Almodóvar, Tilda Swinton e Agustina Almodóvar. Grazie molte.
Grazie tante.
Buongiorno, buongiorno a tutti, è la conferenza stampa di Quo vadis Aida. Vi presento subito gli ospiti al nostro tavolo, che sono il direttore della fotografia Cristina Mayer, gli attori Boris Isakovic, Raimond Tiri e Jasna Durčić e la regista Jasmila Žbanić. Please, can you say exactly? Yeah, thank you. And we have also producers in the first row. Abbiamo anche i produttori in prima fila. Se ci sono delle domande per loro possono tranquillamente rispondere. Vorrei cominciare con una domanda per Jasmila. A proposito do you want to wear all the... Yeah. A proposito del punto di vista, in questo genere di film bellici o post bellici il punto di vista è quasi sempre maschile. In questo caso abbiamo invece un punto di vista femminile. Che cosa l'ha spinta a scegliere questo punto di vista e quali sono gli aspetti di questa vicenda che è stato possibile esplorare grazie all'uso di un punto di vista femminile? As you like. You can. Yeah, sure.
Okay, is it? Yeah. First of all, I would just like to say how happy we are to be at Venice, and we feel that having this festival after this crisis is such a great thing that we are all together in this. I had really big need to say this and to congratulate the team of Venice Film Festival and director Barbera. Regarding your question, this film we dedicated to women who lost their sons, husbands, the people who were closest to them. I know some families that lost like 60 members of family, like whole people after them and their generation were swept away. I felt we have a lot of films that are talking from male perspective, and being a woman, I could identify with the facts that war bring, that we learn in school what the war means, but actually, because I survived war in Sarajevo, I think this is not the case. We are so much filled with lies about it, with political statements that can easily bring people to wars, to conflicts. And this is for me something that I could never identify with. And in order to identify, I needed to have story from perspective of women, from, after I read everything about these women, how they lived these moments and how they live today, I felt strong need to talk about this.
Jasna, il suo personaggio è il cuore pulsante del film e naturalmente la storia è ambientata in quel luogo, in quel preciso momento storico, ma la lotta di una madre la disperazione di una madre che lotta come un leone per salvare i suoi figli, per salvare il marito, è naturalmente una storia universale che potrebbe accadere in qualunque momento, in qualunque paese. Ecco, ci racconta come ha costruito questo personaggio, quali sono stati i suoi punti di riferimento anche al di là della storia reale, ecco, come ha costruito questo personaggio, naturalmente insieme a Jasmila.
Dobar dan svima. Veoma sam počastvovana što smo ovde svi zajedno, što je naš film ovde i što film nastavlja da živi od ovog festivala ponovo. Vaše pitanje, mislim da je delom nam vaše pitanje odgovorila i Jasmila. Ja sam se naravno za ovu ulogu pripremala na mnogo načina. Mislim da sam uspela da pogledam ne baš sve, ali gotovo sve što postoji o Srebrenici, o stradanjima, o postradalima i tako dalje. To su dakle dokumentarci, to su knjige, to su svedočenja žrtava, dakle sve to, ali mogu da kažem da vi, da, kažete jeste, ja to razumem, sada znam sve o tome i tako dalje, ali uvek vam fali onaj jedan deo da biste kompletirali priču, nešto vam, zato što niste učestvovali u tome, a to je feeling, to je to nekakvo glavno osjećanje. I u tom smislu meni je zapravo, je li ta magija filma, to film dozvoljava, mi je zapravo pomogao da kompletiram tu sliku. To je taj deo koji mi je falio. Jer kada vi dođete na set i kada ispred sebe vidite 400 do 500 statista, kako da kažem, to prestaju da budu statisti kada vi vidite prostor koji je identičan kao što je bio tada u UN bazi 95. godine. Ja sam se zaista osjećala kao da sam u toj 95. godini u Srebrenici. Ja ne znam, Jasmila i čini mi se čitava ekipa, nekako naša smernica je bila da je ovo, i film jeste takav da je ovo univerzalna stvar i nekakav naš zajednički problem, planetarni problem. I ova priča, kao što ste i vi rekli, može da se dogodi bilo gde. I ja mislim da se ona ovog trenutka, dok mi sedimo ovde i pričamo o našem filmu, da se ona negde sasvim sigurno dešava. I zbog toga mislim da je važan ovaj film, da je užasno važno govoriti o ovakvim temama na ovakav način. Jasmila je ekspert, ona uvek, čini mi se kao rediteljka, ali kao osoba, ona stalno ide u područje gde niko ne želi. I to je za mene fantastično. Ona priča o stvarima o kojima nijedna strana ne želi da priča. Ja bih rekla da ona priča uvek o malom čoveku. Ona priča o meni, ona priča o tebi, ona priča o svima nama. I to je velika stvar i ja sam prosto, pripadam toj vrsti glumaca gde me gotovo u ovim godinama samo takve stvari zanimaju, pre svega nekakve važne i ozbiljne teme koje će nam pomoći da za nijansu ovaj svet napravimo boljim i da svi zajedno nekako, makar malo, postanemo bolji. Nekako samo stanemo, bar za trenutak, evo nakon ovog filma, i da se zamislimo. Da se zamislimo nad filmom, nad tim ljudima, nad samim sobom, nad svojim životima. Jer ja uvek mislim da smo mi svi isti i da smo svi jedno. Hvala.
Vorrei chiedere anche a Boris e a Raimond di raccontarci con che stato d'animo si sono avvicinati ai rispettivi personaggi, se hanno fatto anche delle ricerche personali per arrivare a costruirlo. Yeah. Okay. I ask you maybe.
Yeah, all right. Oh, it was. All right.
The question. Did you get the question?
Yes.
Okay. The question was how you.
Yeah, all right. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw a lot of documentary and I read a lot about it. And And more or less the scenario was pretty clear, you know. There were all kind of ways I could play it, more merciful and more harsh, and we did it all, and it was the decision of Jasmila, which way of acting she finally chose. I don't know if it has been another way than I usually prepare. But I do have to say that this is one of the has been one of the most important projects, because it really baffled my mind and emotions when I was sitting home, and it made you come so close to this war. You know, I couldn't, I can't think about a better way being so close, because it was the art design, it were all the extras who made it like a special experience, which even made me play the situation more realistic than I could have ever prepared. Something like that, I think. Was I clear? I think so, yeah.
And Boris?
Yes, now okay. For me, the most important thing I would like to say, because there will be doubts for sure in our region, especially in ex-Yugoslavia, there will be doubts about the truth and untruth in this movie. So about my character and about the whole movie, because I can say that anyone who doubts in it can just open the YouTube and watch it. It's especially connected with the General Mladic, with my character, because I insisted, Jasmila knows that, and that, no, they are translating me, so confusing me. I insisted on the exact words which is filmed in those 1995. I didn't want even to change the redosled, the order of the words in the sentence. So of course it is not all of that in the movie, because it's some kind. It's a movie. It's a fiction. It has his own dramaturgy, which has to be respected. But that's how, at the end, that's how I prepared. I was just watching over and over and over and over again, watching and trying to understand the character of that man, which was at the end when I saw the movie, and which was also my feeling during the picturing, you know, during the filming, that it is one-dimensional. And I couldn't escape that. And I think when I saw movie, it's also like that. I don't know, maybe that is because of that man.
Sì, prima di aprire le domande, arrivo subito, vorrei chiedere a Christine cosa ha significato questo progetto per lei e che cosa le ha chiesto Jasmila quando... Sì, ma volevo sentire prima tutti. Sì, ma volevo sentire, è giusto ed è educato sentire prima tutti e poi apriamo le domande. Allora, Christine, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I will ask you this question again after.
No, so his question. Yes,
sì.
It's okay.
Prego.
I don't know.
Volevo chiedere alla regista, mi scusi per la scenata, ma è un film così drammatico, così bello, che siamo molto emozionati. Quindi volevo chiedere a lei, è una denuncia del comportamento dell'ONU. Questo si sapeva da molto tempo, ma lei nel suo film lo farà scoprire a generazioni che non l'hanno ancora scoperto. Lei ha avuto una reazione dell'ONU su questo film? Ha avuto modo di farlo vedere ai personaggi che hanno partecipato a questa tragedia? La ringrazio.
Sorry, just to be clear, because the translation was not all the time. Who was he was asking? Did UN see the film? Do you mean people from UN?
Yeah.
Look, nobody saw the film because it's a world premiere. But I was trying to approach everybody who was involved in the story and talk to people. So some characters didn't want to talk to me. I tried through their lawyers. I'm talking about these main guys. But I met a lot of UN soldiers. So some of these little stories that that there is in the film, it's from them. There was a guy who told me that he was crying because he felt he couldn't do anything, and some people told me, nobody from UN was crying, they didn't feel our pain. But then I found in my documents that women gave that there was a guy who was crying. I did also talk to a person who made the final report on Srebrenica, David Harland, just to see that did I miss some facts. I worked a lot with the survivors, and then I made my own, what I think it was there. You know, I wanted to show film from the perspective of women, but the facts that are there, I integrated through the fictionalized story. When you ask about UN, I have to say this film is not against UN. I wish UN improves. We need this kind of organization for our security. I think if UN doesn't exist and we have to invent it now, I don't think there is a political will to have this kind of institution. When you count politicians who would sit together and say, let's make organization for good of all of us, this time is gone. So I think we have to nourish and cherish UN and make it better. Unfortunately, in the 90s in Bosnia, it didn't work because it was too much under influence of political decisions. And whoever wants to read a book of Lawrence Hartman, The Blood of Realpolitik, can find which exactly politicians stopped UN from acting in Bosnia.
Prego.
Hi, Boor Beekman from the Dutch newspaper, The Volkskrant. Thank you very much for the film. It's indeed important. I have a question for Jasmila Žbanić. Could you explain what you tried to convey in the depiction of the Dutch peacekeeping troops, their behavior and their failure?
I will not retell all film, but I will just say that there was, for me, they were not the same group of people. There were people who were commanders, people who could change situation, even if they were very limited in their means and their stuff they could do. But as you probably know, they had a mission to protect people even with the weapons, and they didn't fire a single bullet. I mean, that tells all about them. But I think there were a lot of soldiers who couldn't do anything, and I met them in Netherlands, they have really post-traumatic stress about what happened. They feel terribly sorry what happened, and I think it's a big trauma for them. As I said, there were certain political limitations, but there were also stories from our region where other UN troops behaved completely differently. Like there was one Canadian situation of Canadian UN where they said, no, soldiers can enter and all civilians must come in, and we are not allowing you to touch anybody. So in this field of very limited actions, they could behave differently, and I think outcome would be different. And I, in general, think even if we are limited with our means, with our political situation, we always have freedom to be empathic, to have solidarity, that nobody is stopping us from that. Even if we have right-wing government, even if we have terrible fascists like we have in our region, we are still able to, and we are still free to be empathic. So that's what UN in Netherlands didn't, in 95 in Srebrenica didn't do. They didn't have empathy for people, and I think they also had a lot of prejudice towards Bosnian Muslims. They had this very, I think, discutable, very hard, the view on Muslims.
Prego.
Volevo chiedere un paio di cose. La prima riguarda sempre questo discorso della ricostruzione storica, quindi della verità. Lei all'inizio del film mette una didascalia dove dice molti momenti sono veri, non tutti. Allora le chiedo se me ne può dire uno che si è realmente inventato, perché sono molto curioso. E la seconda cosa è un aspetto più tecnico di regia, anzi quasi più di stile. Ho notato questo grande, mi ha molto colpito questa profondità di campo, cioè queste scene di massa, cioè è riuscita, ha voluto ricostruire qualcosa di estremamente allargato, magniloquente, no? Cioè ha voluto dare un'idea molto larga di cosa fosse la guerra, cioè non una guerra chiusa in qualche stanza, c'è l'uso delle masse, insomma, voleva anche lavorare su questo aspetto del film. Grazie.
So for this, we followed every event that was happening from evening of July 10th. When I was writing the story, I researched everything and I followed each step. But in one version of the script, I realized it's not possible to follow each event because it's destroying the drama and the rhythm of the film. So, for example, we have in reality, UN commander was 3 times in Hotel Fontana, but we had to make it into 1 time in a script and in a film, because it would be really hard to follow and it would be boring for the audience. So these kind of things we had to dramatize and fictionalize, that all these dialogues from 3 meetings are just in 1. And these kind of things we did. We were really examining every moment that we have to change. Do we keep the truth of the events? And I think at least we tried our maximum to keep what was there. And as Boris said, there were a lot of all these meetings with Mladic and Karamans in Hotel Fontana. They are on YouTube. You can see them. But we had to make them into working for the film. And we also, from beginning, DOP, Christine Meyer and we worked together on all my films. And we decided to not to have this documentary shaking approach, because I think people are tired of these images from Balkan War, and they are a little bit distant from this kind of footage they got on TV. So that's why we wanted to change it to, be with our main character and have a different approach and different style in the film. Christine, do you want to say something about camera?
No, it was just referring to these crowd scenes. I mean, for you or for us, it was also very important that these crowd scenes, that these are people, and to give a dimension. Aida is one of a lot of people who had the same destiny. destiny. And that's why we always wanted to connect, you know, Aida is part of this high number of people who were there. I mean, actually there were 5,000 in the compound and 25,000 outside of the compound, not to lose this dimension. I think this was for us very important, always to remember, you know, always to feel this, the weight and the mess.
C'è una domanda della signora?
Good morning, Alexandria Sage from Associated Press. For Boris Izakovich, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, it's rare that an actor has the opportunity to portray a living historical figure. And I'm wondering, I'm assuming you've been following Mladić's appeal in The Hague, and I'm just wondering how all of that, knowing that you're playing somebody still alive, still in front of the court, how that affected you, your performance, I suppose not your performance, but if you could just talk a little bit about that he's still alive.
Yeah, I understand. To be honest, I didn't think about that at all. Is he alive or not? Yeah, because you know, for me as the actor, the story is that what drives me, you know, and we had very clear story, and I just maybe had thinkings about the authority that he had, you know, because he was the general, yeah. He was the general meeting the other generals also. I was reading a lot about that, about his meetings with General Clark, how he took her cap, you know, his cap. You know, he was a very respected general in that time, you know. That for sure I knew. But also, like I said, that one dimension of that man, that was something that was obstacle for me. For it, as I wanted to get, I wished to get inside of that, but somehow it was really hard, really hard, and the story from the other side allowed me not to go that deep, you know, not to go that deep, because maybe, I don't know, is it obvious or not, but I was trying to get that physical figure of his, that power, and sometimes, yeah, that strength of his, but the strength which he uses in talking with the simple people over there, and he's showing his power to the just a simple man over there, you know. And that's maybe I'm saying that about that one dimension, you know. If you are using your power, you know, in such a way, that's questionable.
Il tempo a nostra disposizione è finito. Grazie. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
sedere. Ok, direi che possiamo iniziare. Buongiorno, benvenuti alla conferenza stampa del film coreano Night in Paradise, presentato fuori concorso alla 77esima Mostra Internazionale d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia. Come sapete è una conferenza un po' particolare che si svolgerà appunto con il nostro ospite che già vedete in collegamento via Zoom da Seul. La delegazione coreana purtroppo non ha potuto raggiungerci, come immaginate, a causa delle restrizioni e delle limitazioni ai viaggi imposte dall'emergenza sanitaria che tutti stiamo vivendo, e tuttavia sono molto onorata e veramente contenta di poter presentare questa conferenza stampa e di poter avere soprattutto questo meraviglioso film in selezione ufficiale. Let me say something in English so that our guests also can understand. I wish to express our utmost gratitude to all our Korean friends, the producers, the international distributors, Contents Panda of this film, and of course all the artistic team of the film. They have made possible this wonderful screening, and of course they made possible this press conference this morning. And therefore I wish to invite everyone to express our gratitude. Quindi invito tutti ad esprimere il nostro grazie e dare il benvenuto, to welcome our guest, il nostro ospite, lo sceneggiatore, regista, in questo caso anche produttore, in collegamento via Zoom, Park Hoon-chon. Prima di lasciare appunto la parola ai giornalisti in sala, voglio brevemente ricordare appunto le attività, gli importanti lavori che hanno reso Park Hoon-chon ormai un nome importante e forte all'interno della cinematografia coreana e non solo. Lo ricorderete senz'altro come sceneggiatore di 2 film culto come I Saw the Devil di Kim Ji-won e The Unjust di Ryo Seung-wan del 2010, e poi dal 2011 ha fatto invece il suo debutto alla regia con un film che si è dimostrato subito un film molto particolare anche all'interno del genere come Showdown, seguito poi nel 2013 da New World, 2015 The Tiger, e una nota particolare sul film del 2017 VIP, che tanto volevamo avere qui in mostra a Venezia, ma che purtroppo per una infelice circostanza legata alle date di uscita in Corea non poté appunto partecipare alla mostra. Quindi a maggior ragione siamo ancora più felici quest'anno, nonostante appunto le circostanze particolari, di poter presentare Night in Paradise, che mette ancor più in evidenza, se vogliamo, le caratteristiche specifiche del cinema di Park Hoon-chon, che pur all'interno del genere, come quello del film gangster o del noir, che ha appunto il suo, le sue convenzioni, riesce comunque a scardinarle, a dare qualche cosa di diverso e qualche cosa di sempre nuovo nei suoi film, e di cui appunto spero potremo parlare con lui questa mattina e con voi ovviamente in sala.
네, 박훈정 감독님은 한국에서뿐만 아니라 박훈정 감독님의 이름이 이제 그 해외에서도 많이 알려지고 있고, 그렇게 또 그분의 그 필름에 대한 관심이 상당히 높아지고 있는 그런 감독님이라고 소개드리고 싶습니다. 여러분이 기억하시겠지만 2010년에 부당거래, 그리고 악마를 보았다, 여기에서 아주 놀라운 그런 극본으로서 벌써 이름을 알리셨고요. 그 다음에 이제 2011년부터 감독으로 데뷔하셔서 2013년에 신세계라든지 그리고 15년의 대호 그리고 17년의 VIP 등 여러 가지 작품으로서 강한 인상을 남기시는 그런 감독님이십니다. 특히 VIP의 경우에는 특별한 얘기가 하나 더 뒷얘기가 있는데요. 영화제에서는 VIP를 꼭 초청을 하기를 원했지만 영화제 직전에 한국에서 상영이 되는 바람에 그 스케줄이 맞지 않아서 초청이 무산된 그런 얘기가 있습니다. 그래서 더욱더 이번 그 77회 베니스 영화제에 박훈정 감독님께서 낙원의 밤으로 초청할 수 있어서 저희로서는 상당히 영광입니다. 그래서 박훈정 감독님은 그 필름의 그런 갱스터 누아에 대한 그런 전통적인 라인을 고수하시지만 또 그 감독님만의 그런 인노베이션한 그런 아이디어를 아주 특별하게 각색하시는 이 점을 좀 더 심층 있게 앞으로 말씀 나누고자 합니다.
E vorrei appunto che il nostro regista ci raccontasse appunto intanto come si sente vivendo a distanza appunto questa world premiere finalmente a Venezia, ma ahimè ancora appunto distante, un po' più vicino con il suo film, e come ha invece anche sviluppato questo progetto, come è nata l'idea di questo Night in Paradise e come ha lavorato con attori, molti di loro già affermati, alcuni un po' più emergenti, ma sicuramente creando un'atmosfera davvero particolare che il suo film riesce a trasmetterci.
먼저 감독님께 여쭤보고 싶은 거는 이렇게 제77회 베니스 영화제 비경쟁 부분에 초청이 되셔서 그 낙원의 밤이 월드 프리미어로 소개가 되는데요. 부득이도 이렇게 직접 참가를 하지 못하시고 이렇게 거리를 두면서 한국에서 참가하시는 그런 소감이 어떤지 먼저 듣고 싶습니다. 그리고 그 다음으로는 이 낙원의 밤의 프로젝트가 어떻게 해서 시작이 되었고 어떤 얘기로서 계속 전개가 되고 또한 또 여기에 출연한 여러 배우들과의 그런 관계가 어땠는지 같이 일하시는 게 어땠는지에 대해서 듣고 싶습니다.
네, 일단 직접 참석 못하는 것에 대해서는 굉장히 아쉽고 안타깝습니다. 그리고 뭐 아까 소개가 됐지만 제가 이번에 못 가는 두 번째입니다. 그래서 더 아쉽습니다. 저는 이 영화를 정말 오래전부터 하고 싶었던 영화고 그래서 시나리오도 써놓은 지도 오래됐었고 네, 기회가 닿지 않았다가 작년에 이제 다시 제가 만들 수 있는 환경이 돼서 그래서 일단 만들었고요. 그리고 저는 사실 또한 제주도라는 그 공간을 굉장히 좋아합니다. 대한민국에 있는 아름다운 섬들 중에 하나면서 그리고 내륙과는 또 다른 어떤 분위기와 환경 이런 걸 가지고 있어서 저는 그 섬 자체를 굉장히 사랑합니다. 그래서 그곳에서 벌어진 어떤 이야기를 만들고 싶었고 그에 대해서 이제 저희 배우들도 모두 공감을 하고 내용에 공감을 했고 좋은 배우들하고 작업을 즐겁게 대단히 행복하게 찍은 작품입니다.
È proprio peccato che non possa essere in presenza a Venezia. Purtroppo, veramente ironia della sorte, questa è la seconda volta che non posso venire, però comunque sono molto emozionato, molto felice di questa opportunità che mi avete dato per il mio film. Quanto riguarda Notte in Paradiso, io ho sognato da tanto tempo di fare questo film e sognavo, e infatti la sceneggiatura avevo già scritto tempo fa, ma non avevo trovato il momento giusto per sviluppare e proprio girare il film. Fortunatamente l'anno scorso la situazione era migliorata, quindi ho colto questa opportunità di girare il film. Poi tra l'altro Jeju-do, dove è location questo film, è veramente come isola che amo più di qualsiasi posto, perché è uno dei posti più belli della Corea e tra l'altro l'atmosfera che si sente lì è proprio diverso dal resto della Corea. Perciò ho scelto come location e ambientando questa storia mi sembra proprio un posto perfetto. Infatti anche tutti gli attori hanno condiviso la mia idea, abbiamo lavorato veramente in sintonia, in sinergia e felicemente impegnando molto.
E vorrei approfittare di questa nota sullo spazio, quindi sull'isola di Jeju dove è ambientato il film, che sembra quasi un po' ironico, ovvero Jeju rappresenta uno dei paradisi anche delle vacanze e un po' come dice il titolo, Night in Paradise, in realtà appunto i protagonisti del suo film vivono piuttosto un inferno, appunto più che un paradiso su quest'isola. E quindi mi interessava capire come anche uno spazio così particolare, come è riuscito a capovolgerne quasi l'immaginario, a renderlo appunto un luogo non triste, ma un luogo appunto quasi di lotta, di perdizione, di battaglia, una vera e propria battaglia tra le gang che lì si confrontano. Che lo trovo anche di nuovo uno degli aspetti più innovativi del suo cinema, questa capacità di utilizzare degli spazi chiusi o aperti, quindi indoor o outdoor, assolutamente inediti e non convenzionali.
제주도에 대해서 한 가지 제 생각을 말씀드리면은 감독님께서 이렇게 제주도에다가 로케이션을 하신 것이 정말 아이러니한 그런 창조성이 있다고 생각합니다. 말씀하신 대로 제주도는 워낙 아름다운 곳이라 모두들의 그 바캉스를 가고 싶어하는 그런 곳이라고 들었는데요. 그러나 거기서 일어나는 그런 전개되는 그 일들은 거의 지옥과 같은 일들이 이렇게 상반적으로 되는 것을 봤습니다. 그래서 이렇게 상상을 뒤집는 그런 선택, 그리고 이렇게 낙원 같은 제주도에서 이런 갱스터들의 그런 피나는 혈투를 하신 것이 정말 그 박 감독님의 그 인노베이션한 그런 선택이라고 보는데요. 특히 제주도의 그 인도어나 아웃도어 모든 곳에서 이런 그 상반되는 것이 로케이션된 것에 대해서 한번 설명해 주시기 바랍니다.
일단 저는 이 제주도라는 곳이 그냥 공간 배경만으로 설정한 건 아니고 저는 이 영화의 주인공 중에 하나라고 저는 생각을 하고 작품을 찍었고요. 그래서 보시면 제주도의 아름다운 모습, 낙원과 같은 그런 모습들을 최대한 담으려고 노력을 했는데 실제로는 정말 뭐 100분의 1도 못 담은 것 같아요. 그래서 그게 굉장히 아쉽고 이 아름다운 섬 안에서 세상의 끝에 몰려있는 두 사람의 이야기를 저는 하고 싶었는데 제가 이 캐릭터들, 이 낙원의 밤에 나오는 이 주인공들에 대해서 좀 애정이 좀 깊은데요. 그들의 마지막의 어떤 그런 모습들, 그것들을 최대한 아름다운 곳에서 담아주고 싶었어요. 그래서 제주도에서 촬영을 했습니다.
Allora, per me Jeju-do non è soltanto un posto dove ho girato il film, per me Jeju-do è anche una delle protagoniste del film, perché volevo comunque raccontare quanto bello questa isola come posto, ma io non sono riuscito neanche di raccimolare 1% perché è immensa la sua bellezza naturalistica. Poi tra l'altro due protagonisti sono veramente due persone disperate, quasi arrivato alla fine del mondo, ma loro aspetti dei ultimi giorni della vita io volevo comunque proiettare un posto bellissimo, quasi un paradiso, cioè Jeju-do.
Grazie. Non so se ci sono domande appunto dalla sala, sì. Ci sono 2 domande, quindi prima...
질문이 있으십니까?
Sì, volevo chiedere qualcosa a proposito del personaggio femminile, che all'inizio ci appare come in molti noir fragile, indifesa, ma poi in realtà dimostra capacità inimmaginabili e insolite, diventa una sorta di vendicatrice prendendo il posto che solitamente è riservato agli uomini in questo film. E quindi volevo sapere come ha lavorato su questo personaggio.
제가 드릴 질문은 여기 그 여성 캐릭터인 재현에 대해서 질문을 드리고 싶습니다. 그래서 여성 주인공은 통상 우리가 생각하는 그런 약한 여성이 아니라 굉장히 강하고 이런 누아에서 보기 힘든 그런 캐릭터를 가지고 있고 나중에는 거의 이렇게 복수의 여신으로 그 캐릭터가 굉장히 그 강해지고 보기 드문 그런 독립적이고 결정력 있는 그런 캐릭터로 변해가 되는데요. 감독님께서는 어디서 이런 그 캐릭터에 대한 영감을 얻으셨는지요?
일단 남자 캐릭터, 여자 캐릭터를 떠나서 기본적으로 삶에 대한 집착이나 애착이 없는 그런 캐릭터들을 일단 생각을 했었고요. 어차피 이제 삶을 정리하는 어떤 과정에서 사실 뭐 이런 말 해도 되는지 모르겠는데 죽을 날 받아놓은 사람들은 겁이 없다고. 네, 이 캐릭터가 이제 전형적인 그런 캐릭터죠. 그 뭐 자의에 의해서는 아니라 타의에 의해서 삶의 끝까지 이제 밀려 있는데. 그것에 대해서 상당히 초연한 캐릭터? 라고 할 수 있습니다. 뭐 특별히 이게 뭐 남자 캐릭터, 여자 캐릭터에 대한 건 아니었고요.
Allora, prima di tutto io non ho pensato ruolo femminile o ruolo maschile, ma piuttosto una persona che quasi sa che deve morire, quindi rimane un periodo breve per la sua vita, quindi non ha paura di nulla, non ha nulla da perdere e perciò prima ho descritto quasi una persona che non ha gusto di vivere, non ha nulla di interessi, quasi privo di sensi, privo di gusto. Dopodiché, come deve concludere la sua vita, allora davanti a qualsiasi eventi lei prende decisione più forte del suo carattere. Perciò questo non è determinato un ruolo femminile o maschile, ma solo approfondendo proprio lo stato d'animo del personaggio.
Rubo un attimo la parola prima della domanda della collega per fare una piccola nota su come anche i 2 personaggi si incontrano non solo sulla base della loro disperazione ma anche sul gusto per questa zuppa di pesce crudo che sembra essere appunto il piatto tipico dell'isola di Jeju, che in qualche modo li unisce in più occasioni nel film, e anche questo lo trovo una nota molto particolare, molto bella e anche divertente nel film.
다음 질문으로 넘어가기 전에 한 가지 제가 느낀 점은 이렇게 두 그 주인공이 거의 그 삶의 끝에서 그 벼랑길에 서 있는 그런 위기에 놓였지만 여기에서도 또 한 가지 두 사람을 잇는 그런 끈끈한 게 그 제주도의 그런 그 맛있는 그 생선 음식 그것 때문에 같이 맛집을 다니는 거기에서도 굉장히 좀 특이하고 신선한 그런 얘기라고 생각을 했습니다.
제주도에 맛집이 많습니다.
ci sono tante cose buone a Jeju-do.
Infatti viene voglia di provare. Prego, c'era una domanda.
보다 보니까 영상을 보다 보니까 저도 제주도 맛집 투어를 하고 싶은 그런 생각이 들었습니다.
So I have two questions. First question is about gangster war. So we used to see here a lot of Takeshi Kitani movies about gangster, though exploring comical side of being a gangster. And if you would ask him his relation to this world, he would answer he has friends among Yakuza. So I'm curious, what is your relationship? Do you have friends? Do you have someone you portray in your movies from this gangster world? And the second is, I suspect you've done with this film already before COVID lockdown. So what is happening now in Korea? Are there any movies? Are there any productions, I mean, in sense of film shooting happening in Korea right now? Thank you.
네, 제가 질문 드릴 거는 여기서 그 일본 그 감독 키타니의 그런 영향을 조금 과 비슷한 그런 것도 저는 조금 느꼈고요. 너무 이런 갱스터의 세계를 너무 잘 묘사를 하셔서 혹시 그런 야쿠자 같은 그런 갱스터의 친구가 있나 이런 그 의문이 들 정도였고, 이거 지금 이 필름은 코로나 19 전에 촬영을 하셨는데 현재 그 한국 영화계에서는 그런 프로덕션에서 그런 촬영이라든지 이런데 코로나 때문에 어떤 타격을 받고 어떤 식으로 대응을 하고 계신지도 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
일단 친구 중에 그런 사람은 없고요. 네, 저는 그런 분들을 가까이 하지는 않습니다. 그리고 저의 영화들이 대부분 여러 영화들의 영향을 많이 받았는데요. 사실 일본 야쿠자 영화나 홍콩 느와르나 이런 영화들의 영향을 많이 받았습니다. 제가 중고등학교를 다니고 영화 공부를 하고 영화를 한참 좋아할 때 그때 당시에 이제 유행했던 영화들이었거든요. 그래서 그쪽의 영향을 아무래도 많이 받았고요. 그리고 지금 저희 한국에서도 우리나라도 지금 코로나 19 때문에 여러 분들이 굉장히 지금 힘듭니다. 뭐 저희 영화 쪽도 힘들긴 마찬가지인데 그래도 영화는 지금 계속 제작이 되고 있고 촬영을 하고 있습니다. 방역 수칙을 잘 지키면서 어떻게든지 영화는 찍어야겠죠. 그래서 지금 찍고 있습니다.
Allora, io non ho amici tipo Yakuza, sono bravo ragazzo, non tengo questa gente vicino a me. È vero che quando io facevo scuola, quando ho cominciato a vedere tanti film, quel periodo andava di molto moda questo che parlano Yakuza di film giapponese oppure noir Hong Kong, quindi è vero che ho avuto anche un po' di influenza da questi film. E poi mi ha domandato per Covid come stanno in Corea. Tante produzioni sono naturalmente in difficoltà, non solo il nostro settore ma anche tutti i settori. Stiamo affrontando un periodo molto difficile, però anche è vero che dobbiamo mantenere tutte le normative per sconfiggere questo Covid, perciò tutti i shooting stanno andando avanti e speriamo che le cose vanno meglio piano piano.
E proprio proiettandoci in una situazione, speriamo nel più breve tempo possibile, di ritorno alla piena normalità e quindi anche di ritorno alle regolari uscite dei film nelle sale, mi chiedo cosa si aspetta o cosa augura, diciamo, al pubblico che incontrerà, appunto, che avrà finalmente occasione di vedere appunto il suo film in sala. E ripeto, lo ringraziamo ancora una volta per averci permesso di avere appunto il privilegio di presentarlo proprio qui a Venezia in anteprima mondiale, ma ovviamente gli auguriamo anche auguriamo al film e quindi a tutti voi di poter incontrare il pubblico nelle sale, ovviamente al più presto. Appunto, con quali aspettative, qual è diciamo, l'invito che rivolge appunto ai prossimi spettatori del suo film.
네, 감독님 말씀대로 앞으로 정말 빨리 이 코로나가 정상적으로 회복이 되고 또 영화계도 제대로 궤도에 올라서 정상적으로 운영이 되기를 바랍니다. 그렇게 이번에 월드 프리미어로 베니스에 기회를 주셔서 이렇게 지금 소개가 되고 있는데 곧 이 영화가 낙원의 밤이 상영이 되면은 어떤 관객들의 평이 어떨 거라고 생각을 하시고 또 어떤 기대를 가지시고 또 어떻게 관객과 또 소통하고 싶으신지 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단 영화를 재밌게 보셨으면 좋겠고요. 그리고 한국의 아름다운 섬에 대해서 또 좀 많이 느끼셨으면 좋겠고요. 그리고 그 안에 있는 이 캐릭터들, 인물들의 어떤 감정이나 이런 것들이 보시는 분들한테 모쪼록 잘 전달이 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
Allora, prima di tutto spero che gli spettatori si divertono molto con il mio film. E nel film auguro che notate anche la bellezza di Jeju, come il Corea. E un'altra cosa che spero che i personaggi, i loro sentimenti trasmettano qualche emozione particolare a ognuno di voi.
E appunto se non ci sono altre domande in sala, a questo punto rivolgo ancora una volta un ringraziamento appunto ai giornalisti presenti, a tutti gli amici in Corea che appunto non hanno potuto raggiungerci, un sincero e sentito ringraziamento anche agli attori del film che erano molto attesi appunto qui a Venezia, perché hanno comunque un solido gruppo di fan appunto anche fuori dalla Corea e ovviamente oltre che ringraziare nuovamente il regista Park Hong-chon e augurargli appunto il miglior successo per il suo film, lo aspettiamo, speriamo questa volta appunto senza alcuna limitazione, alcuna circostanza particolare con il prossimo lavoro, speriamo finalmente appunto di persona qui a Venezia e grazie ancora.
네, 지금 다른 기자분들의 질문이 없으시면은 마지막으로 박훈정 감독님께 진심으로 감사 인사를 드립니다. 이렇게 좋은 필름으로 이렇게 베니스를 찾아주셔서 한국에서 이렇게 거리가 있지만 찾아주셔서 감사드리고요. 또 출연해 주신 모든 그 캐스트 배우들께도 감사 인사를 전달합니다. 사실 베니스에는 한국 영화 팬들이 정말 많아서 코로나가 없었더라면 직접 만나 뵐 수 있었을 텐데 그 점이 정말 아쉽습니다. 그리고 감독님께는 계속 앞으로도 큰 성공을 하시기 바라고요. 다음 영화는 정말 직접 베니스에서 꼭 만나 뵙기를 기대합니다. 대단히 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Grazie a tutti, arrivederci, quindi interrompiamo appunto questo collegamento e grazie di nuovo a tutti voi in sala.
감사합니다.
Buongiorno a tutti, la conferenza stampa di Amants, Lovers, e vi presento subito gli ospiti oggi con noi, che sono il produttore Philippe Martin, gli attori, gli interpreti Benoît Magimel, Pierre Ninet e Stacey Martin e la regista Nicole Garcia. E in prima fila dovremmo avere un altro produttore, David Thion. E vorrei cominciare con una domanda per la regista, per Nicole Garcia. Vorrei chiederle questo. Abbiamo letto che per la prima volta l'idea di questo film nasce da una proposta che le è arrivata dal suo sceneggiatore con il quale lavora abitualmente, Jacques Fieschi, e mi piacerebbe sapere che cosa l'ha convinta, l'ha colpita di questa storia e perché ha deciso di partire proprio da questo spunto.
Si on m'entend pas, ça commence mal. Ah, non. Quand je vois un homme au comptoir d'un café, boire un café plutôt au comptoir, et que tout se passe bien, et que moi j'ai peur dans la salle, que j'ai peur pour lui. Après il traverse la rue, il n'est pas renversé par les voitures, mais j'ai encore peur pour lui. C'est ce que j'aime voir au cinéma, c'est ce danger qui dans des scènes les plus banales montre qu'il va arriver quelque chose, qu'il y a une menace qui autour de lui. Donc un sentiment de peur. Peut-être c'est la marque de toutes les angoisses que je porte, de toutes les peurs que je porte, mais dont je pourrais parler hors conférence de presse, mais qui fait que ces peurs, le fait de les raconter, bah peut-être que je les transcende comme ça, ou je les vis comme ça. Et j'ai toujours fait ça dans mes films. Et il se trouve, pour répondre plus précisément à ce que vous me dites, que Jacques Fieschi, c'est dommage qu'il ne soit pas là, il aurait été content que ce soit la première question, m'a proposé une histoire qu'il avait lui-même élaborée et dont il comptait faire un jour un roman. C'est un peu vague, mais... Et c'est comme quand on lit un livre, quand on adapte un livre, cette histoire, je l'ai considérée, elle avait tous les sigmas, tous les emblèmes d'un film noir, d'un roman noir. Et dans le travail, je suis arrivée finalement à mettre dans les personnages l'ambivalence que j'ai toujours mis dans mes personnages de mes films, mais ça me donnait la possibilité effectivement de faire jouer cette peur dont je parlais, quelque chose qui menace. On sent bien que l'équation dans laquelle il se trouve ne peut pas bien finir, et c'est ça que j'aime, ça m'a donné la possibilité vraiment d'être, comme on dit, au cœur du volcan. Et j'aime le film noir. Je l'aime comme spectatrice, je l'aime parce que, voilà, pour moi, c'est l'expression moderne de la tragédie. Avec tout ce que ça veut dire de difficultés sociales et intimes qui conduisent l'homme, sinon à sa perte, mais disons à des conflits qu'il faut qu'il résolve.
Abbiamo anche letto che l'arrivo di Pierre Ninet è stato fondamentale per la messa a fuoco del suo personaggio, e quindi mi piacerebbe sapere come avete lavorato insieme per costruirlo. È una domanda sia per Nicole Garcia che per Pierre Ninet.
Je vais répondre d'abord, puisque je suis le metteur en scène. Non, mais je crois que j'ai dit, c'est vrai que c'était le personnage dont j'étais le plus loin au départ dans l'écriture, cette délinquance, ce personnage si jeune d'abord, et quand on... Voilà, je dirais simplement ça, et c'est le plus bas, ce que je dis mieux sur Pierre, quoi, c'est quand on a commencé à travailler, c'est le tragique qui m'a étonné, quand je parle de tragique maintenant, qu'il a de jour en jour mis dans ce personnage auquel je ne m'attendais pas, une mélancolie très tragique d'un homme qui court vers sa fin et qui l'atteint. Et ça, c'est de sa... Voilà, c'est la manière dont les acteurs s'emparent de quelque chose et l'incarnent.
Moi aussi, c'était le personnage dont j'étais le plus loin, je crois, dans le scénario, quand je l'ai lu, bizarrement. Mais du coup, j'étais très... je trouvais que c'était un super défi, un super challenge que tu me proposes ça. Je crois que j'avais jamais joué de personnage qui ressemblait à ça. C'est toujours ce qu'on cherche, hein, je crois. Et là, en l'occurrence, effectivement, la manière dont commence ce personnage, sa noirceur, son mystère, et même moi, au début du travail, je ne savais pas bien ce qu'on allait en faire.
Non, moi non plus.
Ouais.
Non.
Mais c'est un peu la magie, je trouve aussi parfois des collaborations, c'est que j'avais une telle confiance dans le regard de Nicole, ses films, sa manière de raconter les histoires, de raconter les êtres, de raconter les nuances, les ambiguïtés des êtres humains. Et les ambiances, et je voyais que c'était un film qui allait vraiment être basé sur des tableaux, des ambiances, quelque chose d'assez sourd aussi. Donc j'avais une telle confiance là-dedans que je me disais, je crois que je comprends pas ce personnage, mais ça va être super. Et pour moi, c'est ce qui s'est passé, et j'espère que c'est le résultat. Mais en tout cas, j'ai pris beaucoup de plaisir à chercher ça et chercher l'humanité dans un personnage tragique. Et à ce titre-là, effectivement, moi, j'ai retrouvé pour la première fois au cinéma le plaisir que j'ai eu au théâtre, à la Comédie Française ou sur scène en général, en jouant des grandes tragédies antiques, avec cette sensation d'être poussé un peu par une main invisible tout le temps dans chaque scène vers un endroit mystérieux et dramatique. Et ça, c'est quelque chose qu'on n'a pas souvent au cinéma. Et je ne sais pas si c'était voilà, comme une force supérieure, le destin. Enfin, au fond, je pense que c'était en fait toi, hein, tout simplement, Nicole. Oui. Mais donc Dieu, hein, voilà. Quand on tourne un film, c'est un peu ça. Donc voilà, c'était vraiment une recherche assez empirique, pendant les mises en place des scènes, les répétitions, la première fois qu'on s'est vu avec Stécie déjà chez toi, où on commençait déjà à se dire ok, qu'est-ce que c'est l'humanité de ce personnage, et les incohérences aussi des personnages, parfois les doubles lectures des choses, les doubles standards qu'on peut avoir. Il va condamner moralement, par exemple, d'une certaine manière, le personnage de Benoît, alors que lui aussi a fait des choses très répréhensibles dans sa vie. Voilà, cette complexité-là ne m'effrayait pas, ça me plaisait parce que c'était Nicole qui allait le filmer.
Mais c'est sûr que c'est le personnage le plus noir, Simon, qui se rapproche le plus du roman noir et du film noir, si on pensait au film américain ou au personnage de Widmark. Oui.
Sì, do subito la parola, volevo però agganciarmi alla risposta per chiedere invece a Stacey Martin qualcosa sul suo personaggio, che è un personaggio molto ambivalente. Diciamo che forse, ecco, l'ambivalenza è proprio quella che la caratterizza. È un personaggio che cerca di essere sempre quello che gli altri si aspettano da lei, e che percorre, cioè fa un percorso che poi la porterà invece a una decisione forte. Non parliamo del finale. Ecco, vorrei che ci raccontasse un po' come si è avvicinato al suo personaggio, e se ha pensato anche a qualche celebre eroina noir del passato, ecco, come ha lavorato.
Parle de Natalie Wood.
I'll answer in English, if that's all right. I think what drew me initially to this film is Nicole. I think her films have something so raw and unhinged about each character. And when I read the script the first time, there was so much mystery around each character. And when we met for the first time, I understood immediately who Lisa was. And it didn't mean that I had answers about my performance or what we were going to do on set, but I knew that she was definitely someone who was very complex, but also who was extremely passionate and who never obeyed the rules. So for me, it was more about being on set with Nicole, with Pierre, with Benoît, and then just seeing where that takes us, because ultimately there's a strength in Nicole's films that I think comes from her constantly being in research on set. So she might have an idea of a certain shot and then completely change. And as an actor, that's ultimate freedom. It might be different for cinematography, but when you have that freedom and that courage as a director to just constantly change and constantly push the boundaries of what cinema is, I think you can break expectations of a character. And with Lisa, she's someone who is extremely human, who's extremely vulnerable, but also quite strong. And it was about really encompassing all of those relatable feelings of first love, of passion and reason, and how do you compromise or how do you pick out on one. So it's a lot of, there's a lot of things that come into it, but ultimately I think it was just fairly easy because we were just constantly acting and having such a wonderful cast. It sort of makes the job fairly easy. It's a weird process, so it's kind of all I can say.
Sono Gloria Satta, Il Messaggero. Faccio una domanda a Madame Garcia. E a questo festival lei è una delle tante registe in competizione. Qui ci sono moltissime, eccezionalmente alto il numero delle donne registe presenti a questo festival. Segno che i tempi stanno cambiando veramente? È un caso secondo lei oppure veramente le donne cominciano ad avere più opportunità anche di visibilità anche ai festival? Grazie.
Il faudrait que je réponde oui, bien sûr, mais c'est plus complexe. Je trouve que ça, il y avait un journal du soir qui avait dit 8 femmes réalisatrices à Venise. Est-ce une décision éditoriale ou est-ce la pandémie? Alors je me disais que c'était comme pendant la guerre, quoi. Les hommes sont à la guerre et il n'y a plus que des femmes, donc on prend des femmes. Enfin, je veux croire que c'est aucune de ces deux raisons-là, que c'est pas non plus une décision. Je veux croire que c'est parce qu'il y avait 8 films de femmes cette année dans la sélection qui étaient, disons, les plus à distinguer que les autres. Alors je sais qu'il y a un mouvement, mais je pense qu'il est tout naturel qu'il y a plus de femmes qui adviennent maintenant, il y a plus de femmes qui rentrent dans le cinéma comme dans beaucoup d'autres zones d'influence. Et je veux penser que c'est la chose la plus antiféministe qui soit que dire qu'il y a un cinéma de femmes, ce que je récuse depuis toujours. C'est comme si on était dans un ghetto. Donc, les femmes arrivent, oui, il y a des cinéastes et des non-cinéastes, et puis on le voit dans toute l'évolution de la société. Voilà, elles arrivent, elles sont là maintenant, depuis maintenant une vingtaine d'années, on voit dans tous les pays d'Europe et d'ailleurs, enfin surtout en Europe d'ailleurs je crois, les femmes aux États-Unis c'est plus dans la production, mais des femmes, voilà. Il va sûrement avoir une parité qui se joue, mais dans ce moment frontière où on est, je ne veux pas penser que ce serait triste à la fois pour les hommes et pour les femmes que ce soit ça qui prime. La chance qu'on a quand on devient metteur en scène, contrairement aux acteurs qui m'entourent, c'est qu'on n'est plus, on est plus genré, quoi. On peut, quand on peut parler des hommes, des femmes, des enfants, des vieillards, et donc ce serait dommage qu'on nous remette dans le genre. Voilà.
Sì, volevo un attimo prendere la parola per chiedere a Benoît qualcosa sul suo personaggio. La ricchezza del suo personaggio è basata sulle tante contraddizioni che dimostra nel corso della storia. È un uomo sicuramente che esercita un potere forte, ma anche un uomo disposto a donare, un uomo generoso che ama sinceramente. Ecco, quindi come avete sviluppato questo personaggio trovando un equilibrio per renderlo naturalmente affascinante? Non è affatto un personaggio detestabile, anche se è qualcuno di cui la protagonista vuole liberarsi.
Les choses qui lui étaient nécessaires. Je pense que quand ils se sont rencontrés, elle avait besoin de stabilité, d'être assurée, de lui apporter. En fait, il a su lui apporter, je pense qu'il lui manquait. Après une rupture comme elle avait dû vivre, elle s'est retrouvée, je pense, égarée. Simplement, il est très conscient, en fait. Et il essaie de lui apporter le maximum, en fait. C'est un homme amoureux, c'est un homme qui aime sa femme et qui n'est pas prêt à la laisser partir malgré la trahison, malgré ça, voilà, malgré l'histoire. Et je trouve sa contradiction, parce que c'est toujours intéressant, les personnages qui sont faits de contradictions. On est tous faits de contradictions. Et cet homme, c'est pas quelqu'un d'insensible, mais simplement, il a de la pudeur. C'est un homme, en fait... Moi, j'aime comment Nicole Garcia filme les hommes, en fait. Je trouve que ces personnages ont toujours une force. En fait, je pense toujours à ces acteurs, moi, que j'aimais beaucoup, là, tous ces Piccoli, tous ces acteurs de cette génération, une espèce de force comme ça, parfois un peu de brutalité, mais voilà, avec un amour pour les femmes absolu. Et il est dur, il peut être brutal, on peut le croire, mais simplement, il a les pieds sur terre et il a de l'expérience, il est serein. Et il aime, voilà. Et ça apporte évidemment toutes les contradictions que ça peut générer, simplement. Ça l'atteint, mais il essaye de se relever. Et c'est ça qui m'impressionnait beaucoup chez cet homme. Ce sont voilà, les hommes, comme elle filme les hommes, moi ça me plaît. Et c'est vrai que quand on parle du cinéma de femmes, cinéma d'hommes, c'est un peu gênant en fait, au bout d'un certain moment, parce qu'on parle de cinéma tout court. Et j'aime cette femme qui est tirée entre deux hommes que tout oppose. Je crois que moi je suis arrivé un peu sur la fin. Il était important qu'elle trouve ce couple de Pierre, de Stécie, et puis de trouver finalement l'opposition. Un homme d'expérience, un vécu plus lourd. Elle me demandait toujours qu'il fallait que je mange. Elle voulait me faire manger, elle voulait m'engrosser absolument. Mais c'était voilà, cette différence en fait qui était importante, parce que cette femme, elle les aime tous les deux. Voilà, elle a l'amour pour ces deux hommes, et c'est là la complexité. C'est comment elle est tiraillée. Et je pense qu'à chaque fois que le personnage de Pierre s'effrite, se fragilise, commence à comprendre que ça va être un danger, cet homme. Il pensait que tout de suite ça allait être facile, mais finalement elle s'accroche encore à son mari, et je crois que c'est un peu l'imprévu de l'histoire, c'est que tout d'un coup il s'aperçoit que ça va être extrêmement difficile, et ça le fragilise, ça le sensibilise, voilà, il devient de plus en plus humain en fait. Voilà ce que je peux dire.
Merci. C'è una domanda lì.
Sì. Andrea Giordano per Icon.it, i miei complimenti ovviamente a Nicole Garcia per questo film. La mia domanda è per Pierre Lini, che io considero forse uno dei talenti non soltanto del cinema francese in questo momento, che davvero è diventato un punto di riferimento secondo me, anche se è giovanissimo. Volevo sapere se a che punto è del percorso diciamo di attore, e se le scelte che ha fatto, penso anche a un film come Franz che venne presentato qui, lo potrebbero portare anche a passare dietro la macchina.
Parfois joyeux, mais parfois noir, parfois amoraux. Et c'est très important que l'art continue à être amoral aussi. C'est sain. Donc voilà, je choisis les films, et donc je ne sais pas où j'en suis. Je suis très très heureux des films que j'ai faits. Vous parliez de France. de Franz, qui est un film que j'adore, qu'on avait effectivement présenté. Et voilà, c'est qu'on avait présenté ici, c'était une grande fierté. Oui, depuis Franz, et d'ailleurs c'est pas totalement anodin, la manière dont travaillait François Ozon, je trouvais ça vraiment passionnant, très très différent de Nicole. C'est là qu'on a une richesse incroyable en France, et moi donc je suis très très fier. C'est vraiment travailler avec des réalisateurs qui ont des visions aussi fortes et avec une manière d'aborder un tournage tellement différente. Nicole est une actrice et je crois, moi, que ça se sent d'une manière très positive dans sa manière de diriger les acteurs. Je suis d'accord avec Benoît, sa manière de filmer, notamment les acteurs, les hommes. Il y a quelque chose de très propre à elle, quoi, très spécial. Oui, je parle de mon point de vue parce que voilà, tu m'as dirigé, mais... Et puis depuis Franz, voilà, oui, des idées et des envies de mise en scène, j'en ai. Et j'ai un projet de film qui est en coproduction, qui est en développement et qui sera, j'espère, en tournage d'ici peut-être 1 an ou 2 ans. Je veux prendre mon temps pour raconter la meilleure histoire possible, pas me précipiter parce que je peux le faire, mais parce que j'ai vraiment le meilleur script. Donc voilà, mais j'aimerais bien y venir. Je suis en fin d'écriture avec un co-scénariste d'un film qui me tient beaucoup à cœur. Voilà. Merci pour la question et les gentils compliments. Merci beaucoup.
E a Philippe Martin volevo chiedere cosa ha affascinato lei di questo progetto. Ci sono molti aspetti di questo film affascinanti di cui magari non si riesce a parlare di tutto, ma insomma, ecco, è un film estremamente stratificato, ricco di suggestioni, ricco di spunti di riflessione. Cosa ha colpito lei in maniera particolare?
En fait, ce qui me plaisait le plus, c'était de se confronter au film de genre. C'était de partir d'une histoire qui, au fond, n'est pas d'une immense originalité. Le triangle amoureux, c'est quelque chose qui a été très souvent vu au cinéma. Mais ce qui me plaisait, c'était de savoir comment raconter cette histoire aujourd'hui et comment le fait de la raconter aujourd'hui pouvait dire quelque chose de l'époque et comment on la raconterait d'une façon qui n'était pas celle qui aurait été il y a 20 ans ou 30 ans. Et c'était la première fois que j'avais un peu l'occasion de me confronter au film de genre. Et avec Nicole, il faut dire que j'avais déjà fait un film avec Nicole avant et que le premier désir, c'était de retravailler avec Nicole. C'était ça qui nous a guidés pendant longtemps. Et après, il y a eu beaucoup de travail sur le scénario, sur cette question qui était comment essayer de renouveler quelque chose, comment essayer de donner une dimension contemporaine au film, comment essayer de dire quelque chose d'une jeunesse d'aujourd'hui. Et voilà, et c'est ça qui me plaisait beaucoup. Je trouve que le film de genre, c'est vraiment ça. On se confronte à des cadres très stricts de dramaturgie, de personnages. Et puis au fond, le cinéma les fait régulièrement évoluer ou pas. Mais voilà. Et moi, en production, c'est ça qui me plaisait. C'était de se dire, tiens, comment ce film-là résonnera particulièrement aujourd'hui.
E purtroppo il tempo a nostra disposizione è finito. Io ringrazio i nostri ospiti. Grazie a tutti. Grazie.
Merci.
Merci.